Hello, everybody, and welcome to an RCI Motorsports POV stream, as we will be bringing you all of the action from all 5 RCI teams here in the Chris Hayes Sim Racing Endurance Championship. It is round 2 at Laguna Seca, 4 hours around this tiny bull ring in the middle of California will serve as the second round. And I am, as always, with you here. I'm Jesse Lee, joined by Nick Setnick, who will be doing double duty today, working the cameras and commentating with me. Hello, Nick.
Hey Jesse, how you doing? Hey everyone out in YouTube's land and viewers of RCI TV and all that good stuff. Usually hiding behind the cameras, coming out to the front for the POV stream, which is always fun. We get to just kind of talk about what's going on in the race, and probably Jesse will probably start talking about himself at some point. It'll be great.
What does that mean?
Well, I mean, got to make sure that we're all
makes it sound like I'm self-centered.
No, there's no need for that.
Well, I would like to talk about me real quick.
Well, here it goes.
We did, Nick, we did the Night Owl stream last night, the season finale. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Both of which, for the RCI Night Owl Season 4, the champions in both categories are in this race today, flying the RCI banner. Like we said, we had 5 cars that are running under the RCI name, and then there are a couple more that are associated or affiliated with RCI. Most notably right now, the Husky Motorsports, the Flying Husky Motorsports team with Ryan Mawson, who was part of the broadcast, has been a part of the broadcast for 3 days running here at RCI. So we'll also keep you up to date on that. What is a POV stream? Newcomers might be asking. Very simple. It is only our perspective. Chris Hay, such a fantastic individual and has such a great community over there at Chris Hay Sim Racing, has allowed us to stream our car perspectives of the race. So we will be following them and them exclusively. Nick, it's getting into it. It is a difficult racetrack today, completely different than Bathurst a month ago.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think what I like about Laguna Seca is that it is very much a sprint track. It's got less than a minute, or well, not less than a minute, but very fast lap times around here. Very short technical course. There's not a lot of room to pass, so it leads to a lot of exciting overtakes, and it feels just very fast. The whole track just feels very fast to me. This is actually my home course. I live in California, and I've been out to Laguna Seca out in the summer for some terrible reason, because it's always really hot here. And sunburns go on forever there. But super fun to come here, sit over by the corkscrew, watch them drop a couple stories down in a corner that looks like it shouldn't be possible in a motor car going that fast.
Well, right, you are. I always say every time we come here that you would never get this track made today. And it is thankful that we still have it in its original entirety, because it's not a course at all that if you propose this, like, hey, I want to put a 5-story drop in my racetrack, people would look at you and laugh you out of the door. Well, racing is conducted here pretty much every weekend of the year, most of the time. Very famous racetrack, and well, it's done safely. It's crown jewel, but not where most of the action will take place. In fact, most of the accidents tend to take place either immediately before the corkscrew or immediately after the corkscrew. I don't know if that's simply because those turns are, like you say, they come up very fast. I always felt like, Nick, I just don't have enough time to think at this track. It's just corner right after corner right after corner. And despite its small size, it is, like you said, fairly fast.
Yeah, and I think you said it really well yesterday during the Night Owl stream, is that the corner before and after the corkscrew seem to be where people make mistakes, because I think because you have to hit the corkscrew just right, and you got to go through there really quickly, especially up in the top tier splits here. You can't chicken out and slam on the brakes, because it's a blind corner on top of everything else. So if something goes wrong in the corkscrew, you're gonna get rear-ended by somebody flying over the hill. So you can't really make the mistake there. So I think people kind of psych themselves out a little bit. They want to get the run up, and they want that to be solid, and then the run down, you're a little bit loose coming into the left-hand turn after the corkscrew, because it's all downhill from there for quite a while.
Well, qualifying finished up just a few moments ago, and the result of that is the 799 RCI Motorsports Pink Team, piloted by Mikael Sundstrom, is in second place. And if we flash you back to Bathurst a month ago, it looked like Sundstrom and Mr. Schmedberger for the 799 were going to finish in second place, but a code 60 and, of course, a pit road penalty for the leader led Mikael Sundstrom and Schmedberger back into the conversation. They would later benefit by another code 60 and end up taking the lead of the race and become the eventual winners, meaning 2 times on the trot when RCI has done these big sort of group races with other communities. They have won both times. They qualified second here today. And of course, you have the 796, the Team Yellow car, in fourth place, piloted by what appears to be, it says on the placard that is Bongo. That's Harry Conway in the car. I'm not sure if that is Stewie in the car, but it might be Bongo Berry in the 796. But either way, that is the team today. No Ryan Gill, as he is taking a break. I got scared half to death this morning, Nick. Some of the verbiage I was hearing made me think that he was in a coma or something. He might as well be in a coma. He is taking a bit of a break. So on your holiday, Ryan Gill, we hope you're enjoying yourself, and we hope that you're cheering on your car, the 796, here today. And here is the man that slaps, Mike Jones, for none other than Team Purple in the Lexus. The 714 qualified in the 9th place position. And that will be a fantastic effort by Bart Macha, who I'm pretty sure is the one who qualified that car. Mike Jones will be starting that car, it looks like. But top 10 for a team that struggled mightily at the mountain will be fantastic. Speaking of struggling at the mountain, Cameron DeBastos for Team Green will start the 797. They languished all day long, and, they had some choice words for some of the teams that were racing around them at the mountain, a couple of which, as we get into the race, we'll talk about, aren't here this week because they've been completely disqualified from the series based on how they were racing on the mountain. And we applaud the Chris Hay Steward Group for taking appropriate action, but looking better already for the 797, starting in 15th place. Of course, we saw Seb Brunier at one point. I don't know exactly where Seb is starting, but either way,
I was just looking for him actually.
You were on him a moment ago, and then he just sort of wasn't there, and I'm curious and confused now.
Well, I got confused because it showed Tom Roberts disconnected at one point while they were sitting on the grid, so I was worried that they might have...
That's it. I think you're right, Nick. I think that's what's happened.
Oh boy. The drama's already unfolding. Yep. The timer's not even running.
Yeah, well, if Ted Edwards, who has had connection issues, in fact, he mentioned that race to me when I went to all the teams and talked to them for a minute this morning. And he mentioned that might be a problem for himself. And it has reared its ugly head here. That team, I think, will be able to reconnect before they go to green, I'm pretty sure, and start from the pit lane.
Yeah, so we're getting confirmation from Tom in chat that Seb did disconnect while they were sitting on the grid. So hopefully they will reconnect and start from the pit lane. But that is a shame. I believe they were in the top 10, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, I believe you're correct. I believe they qualified somewhere in between Sunstrom and Bongo. For those of you wondering, Batty Stone or Bad Stone, that's Bongo Berry, which is another one of his aliases. Or if you want his given name, that's Harry Conway. And of course, Harry Conway last night was the winner of Night Owl Season 4. Spoiler alert, I suppose. He not only won the final round right here at Laguna Seca, but he won the championship as well. So good on Harry Conway, who will be filling in for Ryan Gill this week for Team Yellow. And it's already looking good with a top 5 starting spot. For those of you wondering, there are 2 different classes with several different categories. Of course, there is GT3s here with Pro Am, and Am. And there are GT4s in the field with GT4 Pro and GT4 Silver. As we get ready to go green here, Nick Setnick, very important to not mess up the start and not get into trouble early. It may be 4 hours, but it is not the longest race in the world. You can't afford mistakes here.
No, absolutely not. And, I mean, as far as turn 1s on horses go, Laguna's isn't the most terrifying. It's got some width to it. As the green flag drops, we're going to be jumping into the first corner here to see how it goes down. I'm going to watch from Mike Jones's perspective, see how the front of the grid goes. Nothing looking too serious. Ooh, getting pretty close behind. Going a little bit too wide, and looks pretty clean to me. No dirt.
That was not a terrible start, and the 769 of Seb Bernier, I was correct, has reconnected. You can see them starting from the pit lane, and they will be allowed to rejoin. So they'll be the better part of a half of a lap down, but considering they're still in the race and it is a 4-hour race, that's not the end of the world, especially for a team that qualified perhaps inside the top 5, definitely inside the top 10. Did the 769 as they are exiting the pit lane and are in turn 1 right now as the group thunders up to the most famous corner on the racetrack. Going down the corkscrew here, Mike Jones. Everything looking pretty good up front. I think Mikkel Sundstrom got beat off the line by a Porsche. I was told by all the teams that Porsche were looking very strong here today, as they often do at Laguna. And seeing the 911 get by the 799 of Sundstrom, that makes pretty much as much sense as we expected. And of course, Harry Conway right behind Sundstrom. And if you're wondering too, of course, this is a Chris Hay sim racing event, not an RCI one. It's just a race that in a series that RCI is participating in. The names on the side of the screen are the Discord tags of the drivers, not their normal names. That is a requirement, as Mike Jones gets a little loose right there and may invite the 303 to go around, and indeed that is what happens. Under fire now is Mike Jones.
Coming in from behind is the Honda, looks like. I really love this camera angle. I worked on this for the POV stream. As I say pretty much every time, you're limited to 4 cameras total, in addition to the Helicam and the 2 TD-Cam sets. But you're only allowed to have 4 custom cameras. So there's a lot of angles that I want to have during a broadcast, but we can only have 4 at a time. So I elect for these 4 during the POV stream because they're a little more intimate cameras, I guess. They're a little more about one-on-one battles.
Well, it is fantastic cameras. I would hate to be a race engineer and see this camera because it is the most stressful camera perhaps because You can see what the driver can't see very well looking onto the inside. This, of course, a battle for the 9th place position. Mike Jones looking like he's going to lose that position, almost as if he's conceding that, but fighting back on the inside there a little bit of contact there in him and the NSX, and that is going to give the position back to none other than Mike Jones. So a positive defense there.
Yeah, a little bit of a love tap there, but nothing too serious. Although the Audi did overtake the Honda, so they're probably not going to be happy about that.
Getting it done now in a little bit of breathing room. Now he's going to try and take back the 8th place now.
We'll switch up to Sunshine. Looks like he's making a pass, possibly. No, he's just going to be plotting himself back in position. But yeah, it is going to be the Porsche and the Ferrari up front.
Nobody really losing. Yeah, nobody really losing pace up front. All 3 or so of the top runners all still together. So despite the fact that Sundstrom lost out on the initial start, it's not really hurt them.
Yeah, it's going to be
There's a
interesting
battle
with the Bentley, because we didn't really get to see a Bentley fight yesterday here. It was mainly just the Ferraris and Porsches up front.
Yeah, it sure was, and the Bentley, the latest time that RCI was here with RCI TV, but I think the time before that, I was surprised at how stout the Bentleys were at Laguna, and I couldn't really put logic to that. It was a sea of Porsches and then a couple of Bentleys that just, for whatever reason, had pace around here, and I think you're seeing that again today. I will say, Sundstrom and Schmedberger were not the most confident coming into this race. They expected to be swamped by Porsches, and they do find themselves in between a couple of those, one of which being a teammate. But I think they underestimate not only themselves after that grandstand performance they had at the mountain, but again, folks, they were, a little bit of pop-in right there. Oh, dear. And that looks like a connection failing there, but no contact made, and it's so very difficult to race somebody when you can't consistently know where they are.
Yeah, I saw a little bit of a glitch on the last lap on the Porsche as well, so that might just be a weak connection on their end. Actually, you're getting a pretty nice angle here. Ooh, is Harry Conway going to take the inside line up from Sundstrom? I believe so. He's going to tuck right in, so the Porsche showing its prowess here at Laguna.
There are no team orders here at RCI, in case you may be wondering that at home. These teams are supposed to race each other. They act independently of one another, though they race under the same banner. It's not like Formula One with Multi-21 or indeed any other team-style racing. They are all in different cars. They have different teammates, obviously, different agendas here. So it is every man for themselves, and what happened there was Sundstrom got held up by Grant Smith in the 911, and that allowed the opportunity for Conway in the 796 to get that pass done. Now Conway in third, what can they do? And all this fighting for the lead here is doing is helping keep everybody tucked up close to one another.
I do want to apologize to the stream real quick. I hit the wrong mute button, so I definitely just coughed on stream. I'm really sorry, Jesse. So you didn't hear it.
I didn't hear it, but stream did. That's pretty funny.
So that's A+ commentary from the RCI team out in the box. And that was the Porsche flying off the course again. Yeah, he is sliding around everywhere. Did you see that again? He was going off the left.
I did indeed. So Chris, since he's the only one doing this, and this is how you can deduce whose side it's on. It's not the server because it's only one car, and it's not it's not our feed because I can replicate the same issue. So it is all on the 911, and what the Chris Hay Stewards group will do is the same as the RCI Stewards group will do. They will determine if it's dangerous, the lag, and then perhaps at minimum issue them a statement, not even necessarily a warning, but a statement of, hey, just so you know, this is what your car's doing. And at the moment, though, it's not dangerous. It doesn't appear to be at all, as looks like Conway missed a corner there a little bit.
Yeah, someone's been tucking right in up behind. I have a feeling that Sunstrom wants to take it back.
Yeah, Sundstrom, he's a quiet attacker. He's a very soft-spoken individual. Him and Schmedberger both, to be fair. But when they get into the race car, I don't know how to describe it. They turn on this attack mode, and that's really all they know. So it's sort of what I expect from them. Of course, the 799 has a little bit of a reputation to uphold here. They won a race at, I think it was an 8-hour race, Monza, and then backed that up with a win at Bathurst. And now they are going for 3 in a row for RCI. But very easy to sort of lose your focus or get overly aggressive early into a race. And you just can't do that, especially in a race like this. 4 hours, not the longest race in the world, but still fairly decently long. Got to keep your mind in the right place as they continue to fight for the lead. And again, this will just draw Conway and Sundstrom back in.
Yeah, definitely. You can kind of see them skirmishing up front a little bit. So this is going to be... Oh, Harry Conway making a bit of a move on the left-hand side here. And they're going to be sideways going into that corner. Ooh, that's going to get a little dangerous. Tucking back in behind. And it's going to be a fight over the corkscrew. This is not going to be a safe decision. But he might go for it anyway. They're going to try to out-corner him. And they're going to line back up a little bit with the Ferrari taking off just a little bit further up the road. But that could have potentially been very dangerous, especially if there's a little bit of a connection issue going on. That could have got scary.
Well, to catch everybody up from the Bathurst race here at Chris Hayes Sim Racing round 1 for the Team Enduro Championship. Mikael Sundstrom and Fabian Schmedberger in the 799 won that race, but it was late race drama for the leader as the 799 was running second. That put them into that position again after they led a portion of the race prior. It was fantastic. It was a whole bunch of events that came together. A mistake on pit road put the 799 on the back foot. Then they were driving back up, not through the field necessarily, but they were gaining time, hand over foot. I believe I said on that broadcast they were going to catch them no matter what. I was doing the math, as you might expect, and it wouldn't have mattered. They had several hours to make up the difference, and they were on pace to do that with 30 minutes to spare. Well, what happened next was even more crazy as they're all mixing it up here. What happened beyond that was even more crazy as they have caught the GT4 field here, and this could be a bit of a problem. See Harry Conway backing out of it. Well, what eventually did happen was a code 60 caught the leader at the wrong time and allowed Schmedberger to catch back up. Then after a driver change back to Mikael Sundstrom, the leading car had a penalty that offset the penalty by the 799, and then the leader got involved in an incident which effectively gave the lead back to the 799 in the waning moments. And what a crazy win that was for them. Absolutely epic stuff, though. It was fun to watch too.
Oh yeah, it's always fun to get to watch the win like that. So I haven't seen any other issues with Jordan Grant Smith and the 911 up ahead. His connection might have stabilized out a little bit, but something I was thinking about while you were talking about that was I'm curious if that's making Conway a little more cautious of trying to attempt the pass, even if he might have it lined up once in a while. Because I'm sure he's seeing that on his end as well.
Yeah, he is. Some of the reactions from Sundstrom and Conway kind of indicative of something I would do. It's like, I don't know. Because we've all experienced this at some point, Nick, where the person in front of us that you're having to race is a little unstable, and you're like, I don't know what I should do. So basically what you're doing in this case, especially if you're Conway, is you're hoping he either lags out entirely, which I don't think is going to happen to Jordan Grant Smith, or you're hoping that they race each other and they tangle, or you don't actually have to make that pass. I've actually had this happen in iRacing in the Indy 500 years ago, where I was racing inside the top 5 with people, and several of them were what is referred to as blinking. And it's like, I'm not going to attempt to pass you for that. And I think Conway is of the same opinion.
Yeah, definitely. Real quick, bringing the stream to a standby just for a second. Not an actual standby, like we can keep talking. I'm just going to change the setting.
That's perfectly fine, Nick. Just relaying a message from Seb Brunier, the Night Owl Season 4 Silver Champion. Tom will be alone in the car. Despite following instructions to the letter, I spawned a second car. So a disqualification is ahead for the 769, as only one driver is present. So what has happened is Seb Brunier has respawned onto the track in a second car instead of being in a car with his teammate, which has kept Seb Brunier from helping his teammate Tom. So Tom will go over the max drive time. You have to have 2 drivers here, mind you. And he will go over the max stint time, and he will be disqualified. But Tom apparently is going to try and drive that car to the finish despite this. So that's poor luck, Seb. Sorry to hear about that, but cheer on Tom, even if the results won't stand.
Yeah, that is a shame. You know, you never want to hear that going into a race where you don't get to participate due to a technical error like that. Same thing could happen with anything with someone's hardware. Or just the sim crashing on them. We actually had one of those yesterday during the Night Owl race. That was the leader ended up having a fatal error in the sim and dropped out, and that was a real shame to see, because it just isn't fair. It's out of their hands. It's not anything to do with their skill level or anything even going on with the race, and it's just something that we have to battle here with sim racing.
Someone referencing the GTR in 7th place. Well, that's not uncommon around here. I think the last several times we've been here where we had a GTR, it was inside the top 10. And of course, those were RCI races. This is a Chris Hay race, but even still, apples to apples, it's not uncommon. Matter of fact, we had one last night at Night Owl, Nick, that was fighting inside the top 5 with Chris Vining.
Yes, indeed. And shown again, like, the Nissan is, it's a choice. A lot of people don't make it. But if you know how to tame that car and kind of, use its straight line speed, I believe that's the advantage it usually has. Vining for the whole Night Owl season did really well. I believe he was usually finishing top 10 for the whole season, if I'm not mistaken. Just showing a lot of prowess and just making good timing, showing a lot of racecraft, and getting pretty solid finishes the whole season.
I was talking to some of the drivers that have participated in races where GTRs were present, and I said, hey, just how much of an advantage is driving a GTR at a track with massive straights. And they summed it up in one word: stupid is the advantage that the GTR has. You don't really consider this track a straight line track, and it isn't because it is curved, but a lot of these corners can be taken flat out.
Oh yeah, definitely, and that kind of attributes to how fast this track feels. Is that you know, you can stay going pretty quick. Like this whole section right here, you know, they're flying downhill all the way into the last corner, and that's all pretty fast. And if you're in a battle with somebody, you're, you know, swinging back and forth on it, and then you're putting yourself on the main straight, and this is just going to fire you up all the way to turn 1. And we see a lot of overtakes here happening. So, you know, it's again, it's a super fast track. It feels quick because, you know, it's got a little bit of a shorter lap time, and it's not as lengthy as some other courses. So you feel like you're fighting in the same corner over and over again, and that little bit less distance makes it feel just so much faster.
Tom Bryant reporting on the 797 with Cam DeBastos. And we noticed that they started inside the top 15, but we're running 24th. We had reports earlier that they spun off of turn 3, and we didn't know if there was any contact or damage done. Well, Tom Bryant has us covered. 797 spun on their own into turn 3, avoided the wall, no damage, but they are running near the back of the pack in GT3. Thank you for that, Tom. And no damage, a good sign. You can get back in the race. It just does rattle you, though, when you have an early race spin like that. It sort of sets the tone, and it's not a tone that you necessarily want to have set. But I know Cam, he'll get back on it, him and his teammate Ted, and they will climb back up through the field.
Yes, indeed. And currently on screen, we're watching Mike Jones try to, take out the 66. Hopefully not physically. I was hoping for an overtake. So a little bit of overshoot in that corner. It looked like it looked to me like the Honda might have just taken that a little slow. I think Mike wasn't expecting him to slow down that much. So he's going to be rearing back up for another attempt here.
Well, I will say I was impressed at just how well Art Bacha was able to qualify the 714 Team Purple car. Based on a conversation I had with Mike Jones last night, he had absolutely no expectations out of that car here, citing the Lexus just not being good at all around Laguna. But despite that, they qualified well and still run inside the top 15. And now, all of a sudden, looks like they're threatening to overtake the 66.
Yes, indeed. And again, going to be lining this up again with the 666 Ferrari up behind. We got to watch out for that. We talk about this all the time where, you know, if you're in a battle with another car, that's slowing you down because you're not just making laps, so the car behind you is going to catch up to you. So this could be a three-way battle at some point as we're going to be passing the GT4 Cayman. We're going to be slowing him down. Ooh, that's going to slow him down quite a bit, actually. I think that's quite a bit of ground gain for the 66. With just some bad timing there, getting behind the GT4 Porsche out the exit of turn 1.
797 is off again. DeBastos coming up to the corkscrew. But they have recovered it. Something else you may have noticed is, of course, in the Chris A Sim Racing Championships, you can run custom liveries. So all the RCI cars have their custom cars. And they look absolutely fantastic. All different designs, too. Not just one boring sort of design. Every team has their own canvas to paint. And they look pretty fantastic. But don't think they hit anything still, did the Motorsports green team. I just think that they had another off there in the Lambo. no, they might have hit something. Look at that, Nick.
Yeah, little some bumps and scrapes on the front splitter. Nothing too serious, so I that could have just been them flying off into the dirt.
It could have been. I actually don't know how much damage you get because I've never looked after I've done it. I don't know how much damage you can get running off into the dirt. Some cars, when you run off into the dirt, they will porpoise after they hit the curbs, and it will damage the front splitter and the rear diffuser and everything. So I'm not sure if that's a problem here. I would suspect it might be, considering the elevation change here. But definitely some damage on that splitter that will be hindering that car's ability to turn. And if I were them, I'd probably try to repair that.
Oh yeah, that's probably only a few seconds. So we'll see if they patch it up when they're pulling for the pit stop. We're back up to the front here. Sundstrom up in second place. So
something happened. Something happened to Airbitch, didn't it? In the 29, they were running first. They qualified on pole, and now they're 8th all of a sudden. They haven't done their mandatory pit stop. I don't think they have been in the pits. Jordan Grant Smith leading the race. Sundstrom second, who has again gotten by Conway. I'm going to try and run down why the 29 got knocked so far back. The reason I'm curious was there contact with the 911, because they were very close.
They were, so that would be interesting to find out. Dropped back all the way to 8th place. That's a big jump, because I mean there's at least a few seconds in between all the cars, so like that's a loss of 30 seconds or so that should have been an off.
Well, we're not really in the position to show you the 29 car, so we will not. We're going to respect our perspective boundaries here, but certainly if we have a car come up behind it or in front of it, we might get a better look at the 29. But I don't know if it's damaged now, but definitely that is a big drop. That would have had to have been, Nick Setnick, a massive off to lose them that much time.
Yeah, we'll be looking for answers on that and see if it was indeed a contact. That would be unfortunate if that was the case. Jordan Grant Smith up in the 911 Porsche, up ahead of the Bentley 799, currently piloted by Sundstrom. But he's reeling them in, so I feel like this is going to be a battle happening in the next couple laps here.
Yeah, that's Mikael Sundstrom in a nutshell. Him and Fabian. It's just like they're around, and then all of a sudden, all of a sudden we have an extra 10th in the bank that we didn't have earlier. And I don't know if that's saving tires, not putting pressure on yourself, not overdriving the car, whatever it is. Those two and this Team Yellow team, or not, excuse me, Team Yellow, the 799 team, I should say, they not only do they get along as far as teammates and they execute on all their plans, but they execute to absolute perfection. Mike Jones has lost the 15th spot to the 666, but still maintains decent pace. Got decent pace out of the Lexus and Mike Jones, who had a slap and go 30 yesterday. And the eagle-eyed viewers may have noticed that there's a car in the race, number 13, that got themselves a stop and go, and passing the stricken car there. I think that's going to be the 326 that went off in the corkscrew, and was, but navigated very well, and that will put them back up into the top 15, because the 326 was I think just outside the top 10. A
bit of a bump on the last corner there. Yeah, one thing I did notice that the 66 seems to just took off, gained a couple seconds on Mike Jones here, and the 666 got ahead of him, so it might have been a little bit of a miscalculation at some point, because I know they were pretty close, and the 66 got a little bit of cushion now to go run their own race, so now Mike Jones has to set his targets on the 666 Ferrari.
let's get a Hemi Husky update. What do you say? One of the few teams running in GT4. Of course, Ryan Mawson, also known as Hemi Husky, not racing under the RCI banner here today, racing for his own team for the first time in the Chris Hay Championship. This is Ryan Mawson. If you've watched an RCI broadcast in the last 3 days, you've heard his voice opposite mine.
Quite a bit, actually.
And yes, indeed. And he's racing for Flying Husky Motorsports. He has a teammate, Flying Fox Motorsports, but they are not participating in this championship. But we talked about this team, and we said that we actually, you, Nick, set up cameras specifically. This is a RCI affiliated car simply because, well, he works here, and he is second place right now in GT4 Pro.
Yeah, his own words yesterday, he's going to jump in the GT4 Cayman and meme around the course for 4 hours, so that was his plan. If he can pull a win out of it, that would be even funnier, honestly, because he was very nonchalant about it. He was, I'm going to go show up and drive the GT4 Cayman, which I believe he mentioned is just not a pick for him. He was put into it by his teammate.
Well, he was talking mad trash about Porsche all day yesterday, and I was confused because we had a conversation prior, you were there, about him driving this Cayman today, and I was like, wait a minute, you're talking a lot of crap about Porsche, but aren't you driving one for 4 hours? And he just sort of sighed.
Yeah, so you could tell that he was probably forced into it by his teammate, and he wasn't super happy about it, so he was cracking jokes about it. Yeah, here he is, driving the GT4 Cayman around Laguna Seca for 4 hours against his will, it sounds like. So that just goes to show how much he likes driving.
Well, after the 2 GT4s at Bathurst, the Chris A. Sim Group wanted to add more GT4s. In fact, they did. They doubled the category. There are 3 GT4 Pros and 1 GT4 Silver as the leaders come through, in fact. And what Mawson decided to do was switch out of the GT3 class and into the GT4 class to sort of help that out. And, of course, this is a new challenge because you see that is Harry Conway coming through, trying not to get in the way, in a very well-driven half of a lap there by Ryan Mawson with the leaders coming through. But perhaps against his will, but going well, second place. And like he said to us yesterday, Nick, what's the worst that's going to happen? You're going to finish third, so why not grab a free podium?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, go stand on the podium for, basically doing a 4-hour time trial. And, well, not getting hit by a bigger GT3, which, I mean, is most of the challenge for the GT4 class when we do a mixed race like this. It's you're in the slower car, you're racing against your class, but it's also every couple of seconds there is a big scary GT3 coming, and you gotta put yourself in a safe position, and it just adds this extra dynamic that you have to be constantly thinking about. I mean, there's already so many things running through your mind when you're racing. You have to add in this element of, oh, I could just get swished at any given moment. So you always have to be looking at your rear view.
Yes, you do. Benjamin Klaus in chat asked, is this a all onboard stream? No, not really. We sometimes go outside of the car, but it is focusing on the RCI and RCI affiliated teams, though. It is, however, a bit fortunate that we have 2 of our RCI teams, the 799 and the 796, on the podium currently, and this one of Mikhail Sundstrom for Team Pink looking for the lead. And you were very right, Nick. He has closed in to the 911.
Yes, indeed. Sundstrom just doing Sundstrom things, being just steady and consistent as always, as we've mentioned many times. Showing that here today where, you don't really notice it. It's not much of a push, but it's just, he just picks up a little bit of time here and there, capitalizes on all those, micro mistakes that maybe the 911 is making up ahead of them. But you can just kind of see him suctioning in, and here we are coming into corkscrew, and it's looking pretty close already.
Yes, indeed. Of course, this is the Chris Hay Sim Racing League, the Endurance Championship Round 2 at Laguna Seca, the 4 hours of Laguna. And we are allowed by Chris Hay to stream our team's perspectives today. So thank you to the Chris Hay Sim Racing community for allowing us to stream our perspective of our team cars. As Chris Hay, what a handsome guy too. And I'm not just saying that. We actually called a few races with Chris Hay more than a year ago now, but what a handsome fella. So glad to see that his community is this strong and robust in ACC. And again, also thank him for allowing us to put 5 official cars on the grid. Absolutely massive. Of course, there are 5 cars spread against 2 or 3 different categories, mind you, but 5 cars nonetheless. I don't think anybody else here has come with a bigger armada. I think there is a team with 3 cars in the race, but I think no, it's 2. There is a team with 2 cars in the race, but we brought 5. A little excessive? I don't think so. They're spread out between the categories.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, you know, equal representation across all the different classes that are racing in the race today. We have in Pro and Silver up in GT3, and a guest star in the GT4 class even. So yeah, I mean, I think it's just we did bring a lot of people, but if I do say so myself, I think we bring a lot of racecraft too. So it makes the race nice and exciting, creates a lot of battles, and it's going to be Mike Jones losing that position again to the 137. Going to tuck in on the right-hand side. Losing a little bit of time is Mike Jones the Lexus might be catching up to him where that discomfort he was talking about earlier on with the Lexus around Laguna. Might be losing just a little bit of time here and letting the Honda pass. He's also got a very close Audi behind of the 326. Going to be tucking up in close behind there. But they all did manage to catch up to the 666, I believe. That's up front there. So if the 137 can tuck in with the 666 and start fighting him, that is going to make kind of open the door for Mike Jones.
We keep in mind Eric Ingman in the 137 is not competing with Mike Jones or the 326 behind or the 666 in front. That is a pro car that has been far down the field. But remember that 326, that purple car in the mirror, that Audi, that was a car that caused the local yellow in the corkscrew about 5 or 6 laps ago. So the pace coming back to that car. And of course, like you said, Mike Jones is catching the 666. If I had one critique about Mike Jones, he's not using all the racetrack in comparison to some of the other cars. I don't know if that's because he's driving defensively, trying to keep the 326 behind, or if it's just a limitation of the Lexus at this point. But either way, the 666 goes off into the dirt. That's going to help. And around the outside is the 326 trying. There's going to be contact there. Nick Setnick, a little bit of contact going through the corkscrew. More contact as they hit the bottom. Flashing of the lights. Mike Jones not happy about that one.
No, that was a pretty messy pass from the 326. I wouldn't be happy about that one either. Kind of a bump to pass kind of work there. So the 326 is going to be ahead of Mike Jones here in the 714. Even if there might be some ingredients that might not have been as clean as it could have been.
Yeah, well, a couple of passes being made, as I believe that's a GT4, the 808 and is. That is the sole runner in GT4 Silver there. Moving out of the way, very respectful driving by the 808. As you can just see, Mike Jones's car is, as I would describe it to my engineer, it's plowing on the exit of the corner and it's loose in. It's wrong on both ends is what I would say.
Yeah, I mean, we're about 38 minutes of heat under them, and he might be losing the tires just a little bit, and this might have been what was causing some discomfort for him, and why he's not using the whole course, like you were mentioning earlier. There might be some skittishness around the dirt if he catches just even a little bit of it, and he's feeling a little bit loose in the tires. That might spell disaster for him if he miscalculates.
Meanwhile, not missing anything up front, Mikael Sundstrom still behind the 911 and Jordan Grant Smith. They're very close indeed. That gap has not gone out or come down. Not that it could come down. They're basically nose to tail. I just feel this has got the sense that Mikael Sundstrom is just going to pace the field. In fact, it has gone out now. I just looked at the timing. It was 0.6 of a second. So perhaps a bad sequence of corners for Mikael there.
I mean, he's running a pretty safe distance now. That might have been just that sector. But, I mean, it does seem to be staying pretty consistent with distance. I don't think he's really going for the attack. I think this might be just holding pace. I mean, we still have another 3 hours of racing to do here, so I don't think something feels like he's in a hurry.
Well, you don't really think of it around a track like this, but aero wash is a thing. And that does scrub your tires up, and it is a long race. As oh no, Mikael Sundstrom off into the dirt there, losing more time. Could there potentially be a tire issue for Sundstrom?
Yeah, it could be something similar to what Mike Jones is experiencing in the Lexus. Track temperature is currently 28°C, so it's a little hot. But, I mean, we're about 40 minutes in now, actually exactly, and yeah, this might be the point where tire wear might be playing a bit of a factor.
Massive traffic ahead for the race leader here. But Mikael Sundstrom, in the course of a lap, went from 0.6 of a second behind to 2.5. But actually gained there, but that's probably due to the traffic there a little bit.
Oh, yeah. It's always scary coming into that corner with a GT4 in front of you. Tucked out of the way. That was pretty nice. But you can see the 911 Porsche going away. I think he's already gotten ahead of that traffic there. He might be making the pass now. This might be playing a bit of a factor. I think Sundstrom's gaining quite a bit of time here because the leader has to get around this traffic. So
and he's being blocked in right now. Oh, no, yep. Never mind. He's in front. I've just not. No, he is being blocked in. That's two Porsches there. It confused me for a second, but he was blocked in there very slow. And it's all going to be about, do they get out of Sundstrom's way? It doesn't look like they're gonna.
No, it doesn't look like it, and this might be the advantage that Sundstrom is looking for, although he's going to get around the traffic himself. Or they're going to go side by side up there.
Now, this is interesting.
Ooh, we're going to be just a complete block going into that corner. Another parallel coming up the main straight.
That right there by Jordan Grant Smith, that is him registering his displeasure with how he was driven on that lap. That's what that weaving was about right there. You're weaving around in front of the lap cars in a sign of frustration of what are you doing? You're getting shown the blue flag. Of course, here, Chris Hay, the blue flag means the same thing it does in RCI. It is just a sort of a caution to let a car know that you're being caught by a faster group of cars. It is not a mandatory move over. I have a few of the notes from the drivers' meeting, though I suspect that some of the RCI members didn't take it nearly as serious as I was, as they've drawn doodles in the margins.
Oh, well, yes.
Yes, and a rather busty female as well. But it's interesting, some of the things that were talked about. Obviously, the Chris Hayes stewards feel like the Code 60 or the full course yellow Code 60s were not respected appropriately. And of course, as a reminder, one big differentiating factor is every team has a representative in the race control room. So if need be for reconnections, massive accidents, stuff like that, the stewards can call a Code 60 in the same way that they would in endurance racing. They'll say Code 60 in X amount of time, and then they'll give a 10 or a 5 count, and then everybody has to be on the pit limiter. They felt that that was not respected by every single team at Bathurst, and said that they will be looking out for that for people trying to cheat the Code 60 system today. And that was the big sticking point.
Yeah, I mean that's got to be frustrating when you're out there racing for this many hours, and then you get a sense of something uncomfortable. Actually, that is the 666 off right there. So that is going to be a position gain for Mike Jones down there in 16th place. Well, now 15. Oh, actually, I jumped to Mike Jones and he's in the dirt. There's a bit of
contact! Contact in the... Was that the 326? I think it was. Contact with the 326, and they go hard into the inside barrier.
Yeah, that was a big shunt. You could hear it from inside the cockpit. So that's going to be a big hit for the 326, who's still sitting there. They've gotten rolling now. Yeah, but that was a big hit. I'm wondering if the rear diffuser is going to be a little bit banged up for the 714 because of that contact. Might be losing a little bit of speed.
Now, I am curious what the Chris Hayes stewards are going to say about that. Are they going to call that an unsafe rejoin from Mike Jones, who was fully off the track? Or are they going to call that even Stevens, because the 326 did not give adequate room? Again, another day I'm glad I'm in the box and not in the stewards booth.
Yeah, definitely going to have their hands full with that one. Just a lot going on, very dynamic situation, so be interesting to see what they end up deciding for that. But definitely a solid contact. I'm hoping that they're looking at it and seeing what they can do about it.
Yeah, well, we will know as soon as you do at home how they're going to score that. It looked like to us the 326 was beside, and perhaps not enough room given. Perhaps Mike Jones took a little bit too much room. Don't know. I'm pretty sure that might be shocking to hear some of you, or for some of you to hear, that we're not immediately taking any particular driver's side. It's just that, well, we try to be fair and balanced even when it comes to our own teams.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I think that's something that I really think that we benefit from, is that we look at it completely neutral whenever there's an incident like that, because that makes us more fair for other drivers. We don't want to give advantage to anybody. We don't even mention the names when we're looking at a steward report. We're looking at the car numbers and the isolated incident, regardless of who's behind the driver's wheel.
Well, I can definitely tell you, whenever I am stewarding, because I am a steward here as well, I don't look at the names of the cars on purpose. I just look at the numbers and try and pay attention to actually what's going on, and I don't steward races that I'm involved with or commentating on. I think that's just the right thing to do, and the same thing is to look at everything with objectivity. I think that's the only way to live in general, to be completely fair with you. Of course, we do have our own opinions. There are some among us here that feel that even a small bump is too much and shouldn't be allowed. Me, on the other hand, rubbin's racing, man. Get in there. Get a fender bent.
Yeah, definitely. When I've looked at stewards reports, if there's a little bit of a contact, I don't put a whole lot of weight on that unless it's coming from a dangerous angle. As Stunt's getting a little bit sideways out of that corner, catching a little bit of dirt on the left-hand side. You could see that was Mike Jones in the 714 getting passed up, making a pretty sweeping lane change right there to try to get out of the way of the two leaders behind him.
Well, it is chase on for Sundstrom on Grant Smith. These two, not a stranger to one another. Certainly they've raced each other many, many times. Today just being the most recent iteration of such, and I just feel like lap traffic is continuing to punish that 911.
Yeah, and that might be the
Look at
advantage
this,
that he's
track's
looking
blocked.
for. Oh yeah, complete block here. But that's allowing Sundstrom to get up close and personal, and this might be the lineup that he was looking for. He's definitely got pace on him. He might be pulling over. No, he's gonna cut in back in front of the Bentley. He's gonna maintain that, but that is, yeah, they're definitely suction up to the back of him.
Very close racing here indeed. The Chris Hay 4 hour of Laguna Seca. Of course, the big selling point of this championship is one race every month, and it's half distance of the real race counterpart, which surprised me because as much as I enjoy some racing, I did not realize there's an 8-hour endurance race here at Laguna. I assumed all the events were based off a real world counterpart, but if that is true, then I'm not sure. Is there an 8-hour race here at some point?
I do not know myself. I should look at the calendar more often, but yeah, I mean, I suppose it's possible.
Oh, there is. There absolutely is. The California 8 Hours is what it is called. It's a Intercontinental GT Challenge race. But I did not know that. Yeah, so it is effectively what is the GT America Championship now. And every year it's held here, and it has GT3 and GT4 cars in it. Yeah, it's very interesting. So yeah, first held in 2017. So it is a real race after all. So yes, all the races in this championship based off a real life counterpart, and the distance is halved. So for a 24-hour race, it's a 12-hour race. And in this case, this is an 8-hour endurance race that is shortened to 4 hours. And well, you can get a lot of racing done in 4 hours.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I personally think that the 4 to 6 hour race length makes for really interesting racing because it requires a solid pit strategy, usually a teammate, maybe two, depending on the team, and it's got a lot of the strategy that you would get from a longer endurance race, but it's not quite much of the just putting laps around the track. It's a short enough time where a big mistake can really punish you and you don't have a lot of time to recover from it. But it can make something like this where for the first hour, Sundstrom's been looking for the top spot and has not been able to get it. So we're just kind of waiting for an opportunity to overtake the 911. But when it does come, it's going to be a calculated move, and Sundstrom's just going to have to be patient and wait for that door to open up for him.
Well, Sundstrom is nothing if not patient as the gap is restored after all of that, where he was 2.5 seconds down, which is the furthest he'd been behind the leader all day. He has regained that and is now holding station half a second back. So whatever foibles or out of rhythmness that he was has obviously gone at this point. And Harry Conway, who was second at one point, is back in third and about 7 seconds off the overall pace of these two. Mike Jones holding station in 15th in the 714. Tom Roberts, the mailman, in 21st position in the 769. And Cameron DeBastos in 23rd, I should say, in the 797. And last I checked, Ryan Mawson still second in GT4. And of course, we mentioned the issues for the 769. Seb Brunier will not be driving that car today. There's some sort of technical gremlin that is going to keep him out of the car today, which means that despite wherever the 769 finishes, they will be disqualified for going over the driver time limit and not putting a second driver in the car. So that's unfortunate, but that will not stop them from plugging away in the first place. That team, Seb Brunier specifically, known for never giving up, and the mailman, well, you know what they say, rain or shine, the mailman will be there. Coming up to the end of the first hour of competition here with 3 more to go. We will be expecting pit stops any time now. We reckon that this will be a 2-stop race for almost everybody. There were a few teams that came in really quickly on, most likely for damage and the like. They will likely do a 3-stop race, but especially the top, I would say 10, will be doing a 2-stop. No spoilers, of course, but I was just watching the end of the Formula One race. I was actually watching the whole race, and wow, that was a Grand Prix. For those of you that may have missed live, enjoy watching that on repeat. Definitely a roller coaster ride. And I know this isn't a Formula One channel or anything, but how good has Formula One been in 2021? It has just been absolutely exciting. If this continues, this may rival the 76 season, in my opinion. Ah, yes, Seb Bernier brings up a good point. It's a 65-minute stint limit, so it is going to have to be a 3-stop race. You're right. Seb, I may have been counting backwards from hours 3 to 0 and forgot there was a 4-hour race. So right you are. What I meant to say was that this is going to be a 3-stop race regardless, and some teams will do a 4-stop, those that pitted early. That is very much correct. I was looking at the 3 on the timing board and counting backwards from here, omitting the fact that everybody is about to have to pit in the next 10 minutes. So right you are.
All right. So I think as we're approaching the first run of pit stops here, I'm curious what the strategy is going to be for Sundstrom. If it's going to be some attempt to get ahead of Jordan Grant Smith out in front of him. I mean, he's maintained about a second's distance. Usually that goes down whenever there's traffic. And now he's staying pretty steady. So coming into the pit lane, there might be some strategy coming out to see if he can tuck in ahead of him. So we will see what happens in the pit lane. As we were talking about yesterday, actually, the pit lane at Laguna Seca's got a little bit of a kink at the beginning of it, so you got to be careful when you're approaching it. But it is not the longest pit lane, but it does have that out lane that you have to come around the first corner. Mike Jones actually got caught out a little bit yesterday on that. I just like to give him flack about it because it's funny.
Yes, one of the things about GT3 cars is most of them you can only engage. It's a safety feature for the drivetrain, of course, that you can only engage the pit limiter in first gear. Well, Mike Jones decided that he was going to accidentally shift up when he was turning hard left, and that disengaged the limiter and sped him up. So it's about the worst feeling in the world when you do something like that. And that was unfortunate. The chat deemed that of course, obviously speeding in the pit lane's a stop and go 30, but the chat deemed that to be a slap and go 30 because, have you heard that new Mike Jones? I heard it really slaps. Speaking of Jones, he's in the pit lane now, pitting out of the 15th place position. He will be the first of the, go ahead and call it the top 20 to come in and do their stop. Now, there are some scrapes on the left side of that car. I don't know if you can, Nick Setnick, but maybe take the camera and look around the car real quick, see how many more dents it has. Certainly, there have been several contacts.
Oh, I'll attempt. Let me see. Here we go.
Well, this is Mike Jones in for the pit, and we are out. Scrapes down both sides of the car. The front looks good. What about the back? The back, it's got a little bit of a scrape there. You can see it. There's a little imperfection in the paintwork, but definitely all down the side of this car, there's damage. What about that splitter, real quick? I don't see anything on the splitter, so I don't think Jones has been into the back of anybody, but certainly somebody's been in the back of him and on both sides as well. Somebody tell this man he may be on his home turf today, but he is not at a NASCAR race.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Barmacha up into the 714 to replace Mike Jones. I'm sure he's going to jump down here and talk about how sweaty he is. It's true. It's true. If you ever get a chance to meet the man, yeah, that happens a lot, especially when sim racing. I think it's just it's a very physical sport. I hate to say that because it's not like we're not out here playing football or something, but like you're in the sim rig sometimes for hours at a time, and it's a lot of work to get that car around.
Yeah, exactly. It wears you out. It definitely can do that, and you have to. There is, and I know this seems silly, folks. Yes, I understand we're playing a computerized simulation of a sport. I understand that, but there is some level of fitness and preparation required when you go endurance racing. Just look at any streamer, random call sign, by the way, who is in the chat today. Harry Conway in the 796. Random call sign. Go to his channel. Subscribe to Random Call Sign. Why are you not subscribed to Random Call Sign? And when you're over there, take a look at him at the end of one of his races that he does. You don't think that sim racing is physical? Holding onto the wheel and being millimeter perfect. It's mental, it's physical, it's a little bit of everything. I've played a lot of sports, and I feel like sim racing is one of the ones that takes it out of me the most. It works a specific muscle group too.
Works the mind as well. Again, a lot of calculations going in through the sim racer's mind the whole time that they're out on the course. You got to be looking out for traffic. How am I going to overtake this person? When am I going to do it? Is there traffic coming up that I can time it with? When is the door open? When's it closed? And all the systems inside the car itself. So lots to think about. especially with these longer races. You got to maintain the car and make it survive the race sometimes. You know, if you're having a bad go in the first hour of a race like this, you know, you just got to kind of keep pushing and keep going. If you pick up some damage, you know, have to take an extra pit stop or something like that, you work that into your calculations and say, okay, so what can I do with what's been presented to me? What position can I get back up to get back to my pace?
Exactly. I mean, we talked to Seb last night, and we talked to him 2 weeks ago too, after Night Owl, when he won overall as a silver. And I asked him, you know, about his first of all, he had to race that entire hour or so on the edge, and even though it was just an hour, he said, I'm drenched in sweat. And it's such a strange thing to explain to people, and you have to be tough. I mean, you some weekends you wake up after a long race and well, your shoulders and arms and are very, very tired indeed. And like you said, it's also mentally draining, as we have Mikael Sundstrom, leader of the race in the 911, came in, and there was a driver change in the 911. I noticed that Bongo did not get out of the car, so Harry Conway is still in double stinting in the 796. Benjamin Heilman will be in that car later. Mikael Sundstrom in. Now, will Mikael give relief to Schmedberger here, or will Mikael stay in? Now, that's the $1 million question.
So it's an interesting strategy with a 4-hour race, because if Harry Conway's still in the car, you know, he's going to be giving it to Stewie probably for a double stint on the back half of the course. So I wonder if that was their thinking, you know, just both of them run half the race, and, you know, you're not losing your rhythm, switching it back and forth. As we see, Schmedberger did not, Schmedberger in the car for the 799, so they are going to go back and forth. So I'm curious if that's going to be...
They got out in front.
They did.
The 909 stricken on the inside of the track. That's a scary moment for everybody. But clear out of the way is the 909 down to the inside, and that's exactly what you want to see from somebody who's having an issue. 909 gets going there. So the 799 leapfrogs the 911 in pit lane. Nick, you were talking about this. You were interested to see what the strategy would be. And, well, the strategy is have a faster pit stop. Schmedberger strapping into the 799 and out in front by 2 seconds. And the pole sitter of the race has been given a stop and go 30 for speeding in the pit lane. And they will continue to struggle, and I don't think they'll be able to recover from that.
No, that's going to be a huge hit to the 29 Ferrari. That's going to send them back quite a few positions. And yeah, I mean, that's a crushing penalty to get. That's an extra time through the pit lane. Got to sit there for 30 seconds. It feels like an eternity. And that's going to probably knock them out of the top 10, if I'm not mistaken, at least. So yeah, that's going to be a big blow to the 29.
Random call sign joining us in chat, mentioning the fortitude required to sim race. Talks about the worst race he ever did was in a Pikachu onesie. And I know, Nick, you're wondering, why on earth would you do that? I was either for a bet or a meme. I'm not sure. I have a picture of that still, Ricardo, by the way, of you post-race in that onesie. It just absolutely knackered after that one. I can imagine that. It'd be the equivalent of racing in a blanket in a high-pressure situation. You'd have to pay me a lot of money to do that.
My only concern is I hope it wasn't a rental.
No. This man owns his own onesie.
Oh, no, I'm sure. Sure.
I think you won that race, didn't you, Ricardo, as well? I think the meme after that was ex-driver here got beat by a man in a Pikachu onesie, I think was the meme for a while. Absolutely brilliant drive by RC as well.
Excellent stuff. So just out to the stream, I'm going to bring pictures down for just a moment. Bit of a technical issue back on my end. I'll need to restart, so I'll be right back. So we'll have a little bit of radio RCI for just a few minutes.
All right, we are going to go radio RCI, and we're going to continue talking about that. That's right, RC. You were racing the F1 driver, Jenson Button, and you held him off. And the meme, of course, was that you beat an F1 champion in a Pikachu onesie. You did finish fourth in that race. You beat the only car that mattered. That was the only F1 driver, and you absolutely nailed it. Well, folks at home, we have gotten past the first hour of the race, and we would like to thank all of our partners that bring this race and every race to you on RCI TV, Race Department, aka Informatica, Raceface, Speed Labs, Real Racing Club, Driver 61, and Sim Racing GP. Thank you very much for all of your help, and more information about all those folks in the chat in the description, I should say. And of course, a big thank you to all of you hanging out with us. A little bit different. We do this once a month. It is the RCI Motorsports Team Perspectives racing in the Chris Hayes Sim Racing Endurance Championship. So a big shout out to Chris Hayes Sim Racing for allowing us to stream our perspectives of the race, and of course allowing us to take part in the Long Endurance Championship as well with all of our various colored teams. I think there's pink, purple, yellow, green, and blue.
What color was that, Jesse?
Mike Jones joins us out of the. You're not still in the car?
No, God no.
All right. Well, let's talk about it. Mike Jones joins us here. We're on Radio RCI, by the way, Mike Jones, for a moment.
I did catch that.
So here's the thing. You lamented yesterday that you weren't excited to be in the Lexus today at Laguna Seca. Bart Macha qualified fairly well, and you ran inside the top 15. Had some great battles for the top 15 as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't call them battles so much as fending off the sharks, more than anything, because pretty much everybody besides for maybe the Ferrari that I was fighting with for a little while was definitely faster than me, but it was more just, I'm in front of you, pass me. More than anything, and that's why we decided to go ahead and let Bart qualify. Put us up the grid, which of course he had a blazing qualifying lap. He had a few more tenths in him as well. It just unfortunately kind of messed up slightly on his last hot lap and lost a couple tenths on the corkscrew. But it was just going to be a situation of qualify up and just defend the positions, and it seemed to have worked out because obviously we came in around P15, and he's currently been gaining at least a second a lap on the car ahead, because he's about 2 seconds or so a lap faster than me, give or take. So that was kind of the hope.
Well, there was contact with the 326 Mike Jones out of the final turn. Your thoughts on the contact?
There was an Audi to my left, and all of a sudden there's an Audi in my rear. So I need to go back and look at the replay a little bit, but I was way off the side of the track and he was wrecked. So I'd like to go back and take a look at it, but there was nothing I could have done, and he rejoined and tagged me, as far as I'm aware, more or less.
That's very interesting. Philip Roberts in chat says, shout out to Mike Jones, Harry Conway, Ted Edwards. We did Laguna Seca for Night Owl last night, CHSR today, in the short track series later on this evening. Mike, do you burn out of sim racing or not? Because you've done a lot of it this weekend.
So I'm not doing the Sunday series anymore. I had to give up on that one because I just don't have the sleep capability of doing that. But I am doing the Monday Championship. Oddly enough, since I don't work until 3 p.m. now, I can actually do 3 p.m. My and Nick's time, which is Pacific time, which is 8 hours behind UK. So the races for me that normally would start at 8 p.m. UK start at noon our time. Normally I can't do that because it's noon in the middle of the day. I don't know if I burn out, honestly, Jesse, because this is the most sim racing I've had a chance to do in my entire life, more or less. Because obviously, you know this as well as I do. We commentate in admin races, we don't race in them, which is
Pretty
why we're here with
much.
Chris.
Yeah, that's the great thing, and that's so good and so nice of him to allow us to have so many teams. And it's almost therapeutic in a way that all of these teams, this massive kerfuffle in the background there, as Fabian Schmedberger is driving away a little bit. It is nice to have people that do a lot of the work that the unsung heroes, if you will, they get to come out here and race in these races, and apparently they're really good sim racers. Who would have knew?
Who'd have thunk?
Well, commentary on perhaps the racing you had in the first hour, Mike. How were the lap cars that you guys were dealing with? How was the track conditions? All of that.
Honestly, not bad. Besides for that Audi, he's not maybe 8 laps before the contact out of the last corner. He also sent it down on me in the corkscrew, and that's the one I really want to go back and look at is catch the corkscrew, because he sent it to me on the right, off the track a little bit, and subsequently turned into me in the corkscrew. I think, because I think I tried to leave him enough room. Maybe I didn't, but it was definitely a very bad dive bomb in my opinion, and that's pretty much the only person I've had the problems with, though, is that Audi. The rest of the cars have been pretty reasonable. The GT4s are really kind of showing, hey, don't pass me when they don't want to be passed. And I think that most people are respecting that. I heard Race Control chime in maybe about 30 minutes ago and say, hey guys, calm down a little bit. So I think there's a couple people that are out there doing it, but I think for the most part it's been reasonably respectful racing, which is honestly a lot of what we saw at Bathurst. A couple cars that were maybe doing some unorthodox things, but overall not bad.
All right. Well, I assume you don't have a choice. You have to get back in the car in an hour from now. What you looking for some improvement from Bart Macha to get the positions up, or do you think you are right about where you're going to be?
Oh no, Bart's going to pick up at least a couple positions, I think, through his hour. Like this Honda, he's now 2.5 from the Honda, so I'm going to be leaving here in a second to turn me over to Tom and Seb. But we'll pick up this position on the Honda unless something happens, and I think that he's got a few more positions in him, possibly. I don't know if we'll catch any more in class this stint, as not everybody did their driver change, and so some of the faster drivers are still in the car, a couple of them. And then I'll get back in, and I think basically at this point, since I'm being a little inconsistent today, same as last night, I'll probably try and do as short of stint as possible. I'm gonna have Bart get in, and he'll take it to the flag probably.
Well, there you have it, Mike Jones. Thanks for dropping in, and it's been exciting watching the mid-pack battles. And good luck to you and Bart.
Yeah, thanks, Jesse, and Tom said, well, sorry.
Just ACC things, unfortunately.
Yeah,
Yeah, that happens.
Well, moving swiftly onto that topic right there, actually, Seb Bernier brought it to you in chat first about the connection not working at the beginning of the race. Seb unable to enter his team car, and that has led to the mailman retiring from the race. And boys, it's going to be disappointing for the 769 today.
Indeed, the qualify was pretty good. We were P8 overall, I think, P3 in class. And Tom had a disconnect, and like a second after, I had a disconnect as well. And as said in chat, we respected the procedure. It's not like it's our first endurance race, so we know how to deal with it. But as Tom said, ACC things, it didn't work out the expected way, and it's on the 2 cars, so it was the end of it.
Well, Tom, it was a single stint out there before the DQ set in, but how did you find the racing?
It wasn't bad, actually. Overall, it was a lot of hot lapping by myself, which I think on a track like Laguna Seca, where it's so narrow, tight, twisty, it's a similar track to what I described Imola to you a few months back, in that you don't really have much time to sit down and think. It's always go, go, go. But in the main, it's been pretty good.
Oh, baby! Sorry to interrupt you, Tom. A car just went to the moon in the background of Bart Macha right there. It's unfortunate we can't show you the replay, but you can rewind the broadcast and take a look at that. But I've never seen a car do that in my life. That car was gone. Sorry, Tom?
Not a problem at all, mate. Oh, I'm having to watch this back on the TV. So yeah, it's
holy moly!
That's a tough one to recover from there. Ooh, pity that guy. I've completely forgotten what I was saying. Yeah, it wasn't bad actually. Yeah, the GT4s. I had one or two suspect moments where I felt like they wanted to race me or they closed the door on me, but in the main, pretty good. Yeah, not bad at all actually. The classes seem to be a lot more stable now. There's a lot more entries in the Silver Cup that we're in, obviously, than I think compared to last time. I think there was a good number of AM drivers last time, and maybe not quite so many Silver drivers, but right, it was for the little time that we did, it was good. Again, it's always a case of trying to get whatever experience you can out of the car. Seb again has done an amazing work on the setup. We've been working on it just a little bit over the last sort of few days, getting the little final tweaks done. There was just a pretty substantial update done last night, which really sort of helped me sort of get the most out of the session that I had. And yeah, when it came down to it, the plan was initially that Seb does the qualifying and start the race as is sort of normal now for us, I think. And then I sort of see how I'm feeling with the second and possibly third stints and go from there. But obviously with the switch around that we had to do in the end, we got back in the car. Seb was saying he was on the server. I couldn't see him, so it was a case of we'll try the pit stop, see what it does, make it to the end of our stint, see how it works, and if it doesn't, then well, we've had a bit more experience getting to know some of the other drivers on the track and what their capabilities are. So it's not been all bad. I don't think Seb's particularly fond of this circuit in a similar way to I'm not particularly fond of Bathurst. So the rest of the season is all up from here, I think. So Seb, you're not here for Spa, but for Suzuka and Kyle Army, it's yeah, I'm looking forward to those ones. I think it should be good.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I don't think, guys, this has deterred you at all. I mean, it's unfortunate, but it's sort of out of your control. It's not like you went out and performed badly. I mean, you qualified inside the top 10. That was a massive accomplishment in its own in your own right. So, you know, very much keep your head up, and you'll be there in the next one, I think. This is the point where you go, yes, we will be.
I'm waiting for Seb to say something. I've done my talking.
Seb?
Yeah, of course
Seb,
we will be back. I'm only missing Spa because the calendar is not. I'm not available that day, unfortunately, and I like Spa, so it's a bit sad, but yeah, definitely back for Kailami and of course Suzuka and Suzuka. I will have to prepare for the RCI World Tour as well. So yeah, that's why I worked a lot. I worked a lot on the setup for last night because it was 2 Laguna Seca races in a row. My favorite track. Sorry. But no, it turned out well, to be honest. And in qualify today, I beat my personal best, so I can't complain. We made progress.
Well, I gotta say, for a man that doesn't like Laguna Seca, I think you told me this week it's probably your least liked track in ACC.
Oh, it's not probably. It is.
Yeah, and that's saying something. That's definitely saying something. But yeah, for you spent your entire weekend here now, basically at Laguna Seca, and
Yeah.
it's not been particularly kind to you, despite the fact that you celebrated a championship here yesterday. It's not been particularly kind to you, and I don't think it's going to change your opinion anytime soon.
Yeah, nothing to add. No, it's the track is interesting in its own way, but it's way too unforgiving. Sand everywhere. The curbs. It's just sand behind, so the little less mistake you can make will kill you, basically. So there is no real pleasure in attacking on the lap, because you are risking your race every time. So and it's a pretty single line in many corners. So combine that with the slower GT4s that are struggling as well, because they have less downforce. Yeah, I'm not sure I could have done better than the really great stint Tom did. He was very consistent, very solid, and handling many difficult situations. So yeah, last night it was only GT3s, and it was already complicated enough. So. Yeah.
Well, we're going to go down the list. Tom, what's next for you on your racing calendar?
I'm trying to think now. We've got the Sunday Short Series, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be available for that one tomorrow. But then after that, we're looking at Alton Park for the Friday Championship. That's my next race.
What about you, Seb? Because I know you're taking a bit of a break this summer for sort of summer vacation.
Yeah, but we have the OVRC Championship on Tuesday nights, so it will be Brands Hatch this Tuesday, and next week is the qualification for Suzuka 10 hours. So it will be mainly Tom Pettage driving, of course. He's our fastest driver in the car, but yeah, World Tour in 2 weeks for Suzuka. And then it will be, I think, the next round of CHSR. Not Spa that I miss, but Kailami.
Right. Well, I mean, it's definitely still a full calendar as we climb into the summer months here. And we'd be remiss if we didn't mention that Harry Conway is doing a double stint here and has now climbed into second place over the 911.
The mad
and
lad.
Ted Edwards, indeed, Ted Edwards in the 797 up to 21st place now, all of a sudden, and Bart Macha has gained 1 spot up into 14th. So Ted Edwards getting, I think, also doing a double stint as Ted for Team Green and 22nd place. And speaking of OVRC, we look a bit further back into the pack, and broadcaster here at RCI, Ryan Mawson, 26, still second in GT4 Pro. And here he is. He has lost a bit of time. He was only about 4 seconds behind the leader in GT4 and now finds himself 10 seconds behind. But as Nick, as we talked about earlier, he's just out here for, quote, the memes in the Cayman.
Yeah, he's really maintaining that, and this is him pulling up behind the 57. Ooh, getting some sand on the side there. Also, he hasn't pulled in for a pit stop yet. Just pointing that out as well. So, yeah, he's got a bit of distance to the 260 up ahead of him, so we will see what that happens. But yeah, I mean, he's just out here running laps, again, against his will, so I think he's just having fun with it.
I don't think it's necessarily against his sideways coming out of turn what is effectively 1. And maybe you're right, Nate, or not Nate, excuse me, Nick. I'm so used to Nick being behind the camera. I'm all over the place today. Maybe it is against his will is my point. Seb, when are we gonna and Tom as well? When are we gonna see you two in some GT4 cars?
You've already seen me in a GT4 championship on Thursday in the Alpine, and I didn't exactly get on with it.
I heard that. I heard that you
Yeah.
had some choice words about that particular car.
Yeah, it was rather perceptible to being fired into the lower stratosphere. I think that was more of an issue with other drivers than the actual car itself. But no, I don't know. There was just a completely different style of driving that I did not get on with. I'm so used to now having the high levels of downforce that we get with the GT3 cars compared to the effectively pure mechanical grip that you get with GT4s. But then again, I think it might have just been the wrong car for me. So I might, I don't know. I might need to do some more practice at some point, but it's not for me on the calendar yet. I've got another car lined up ready for the next Friday Championship that I'll need to learn and develop my skills with, which requires a completely different driving style to the Aston Martin I'm driving on Fridays, the McLaren that we're driving now. So yeah, I think GT4 is pretty far down the bottom of my list at the minute.
Yeah, like Tom, I'm not too good in the GT4s, and yeah, I'm involved in quite a few championship with the McLaren, so it's already quite a lot of preparation. With more time, maybe I would try a little bit more at the GT4s, but ACC is demanding to get the pace, so you really need some time, and yeah, life makes me not having enough time to do as much ACC as I would like to, but so no, GT3 only for now.
Seb, I got one other question. I'm curious. Certainly, you Seb of course is a married man who has a what I assume is a wonderfully accommodating wife who allows you to have this fairly expensive and time-consuming hobby. Certainly, you've announced, or she knows, that you have won a championship. What was her sort of reaction to that?
Actually, she doesn't know, because I went to bed really late because I watched the replay of the last night race, and she's off today. She's outside with the kids, so they will know later today. But yeah, she's not too much interested, to be fair, in my sim racing races. So she just knows, looking at my face, if it was a good or a bad evening, a good or a bad day, and we don't discuss it too much. But yeah.
I have a similar sort of relationship with my better half. It generally boils down to, after a race, if it's gone well, it's the usual response is, well, I'm happy you're happy.
Oh, see, I got the opposite of that, gents. I get do you know how ridiculous you look? And the answer to that is always, well, yeah, but you don't understand. I'm driving a pretend race car, so your point is invalid.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a veneer of that behind my my default response. But it's hard work, isn't it? You know, there is a reason that it's an e-sport. You know, it puts a lot of work into it, and you should see how sweaty my back is right now.
That's right. I mean, my thing is like, I can do something that most people can't, and I think that's fun. And I have the sim racing community is so huge in the comparison to where it was. Go back to 2011. You know, it's so big in comparison to where it was, and you never want things like, you know, pandemic and stuff like that, but it did really help sim racing out. It got more coverage in traditional media. It took the stage in light of the real thing, because you could do it safely and at a distance, and sim racing is in such a good place. especially from the time that I don't know when Seb started sim racing. And I'm not outing you for age, Seb, I promise, but I remember in the 90s dialing up 26K modems and actually connecting to other people and racing with them. And I thought that was as good as it ever got. And we're to the point now where we can have races where we've proven at RCI you can have 50 to 60 people on a track for hours on end, and it's fine, connecting from all over the planet. Sim racing's pretty great. And there, of course, our better halves don't care about any of that, but I'm a proper nerd, and I think that's awesome.
I mean, like you alluded to there, I mean, obviously nobody wants pandemics, but you know, all the work that we put in here is effectively the reason I've got my current job. So yeah, all the work that we've all done together, and it's a much bigger thing for the people that really involve themselves in it than the people outside the circuit don't particularly understand. But you know, this is the thing. I would never have met you. I would never have met Seb. I wouldn't have had the experience that I've had. I wouldn't have got the job I have right now if it wasn't for all the amount of involvement that we've all collectively put into this as a... I want to say a hobby, but it's more than a hobby. It is a sport, and sport is a fun pastime that people involve themselves with, that they find enjoyable.
I will say probably one of the lowlights of your life was when Simon introduced you to me, and I do apologize for that because...
well, you don't have to apologize, he does.
That's true. We should hit him up for an apology. You've had to work with me now for more than a year. Can you believe that it has been... It's coming up on a year and a half now. It doesn't feel like that. Time absolutely flies by. When Tom and I first met, there was no sort of global pandemic. Everything was fairly normal, and then it all sort of kicked off. So year and a half later, here we are, and it's such a fantastic thing, sim racing in general. It brings people together. You don't have to speak a specific language to sim race because everybody can read numbers.
Well, I can't.
Yeah. Well, English is still a must, I think, for racing, whatever the form of racing is. And in sim racing, it can be your native language, but it will be on a smaller sim racing scale, and it will only be national. But if you want to participate to the biggest events, English is a must. But sure, it's pretty easy to be all together now on a track. And yeah, as you said, the last 18 months made sim racing grow at a really huge rate, and I think it may have gained something like 10 years of organic growth at once in 1 year. So yeah, it became really, really big. And it's not only because of the pandemic, as you said, it's also the hardware that is now cheaper, although sim racing is really expensive. But it has never been so accessible to have an entry-level sim rig and being able to run a game like ACC or iRacing or AC, the first version, Race Through. So it's pretty easy to get involved. And what has gained quite a lot of momentum is the structured way with huge leagues. That benefited the most to the pandemic. So to be able to have nice competition, online competitions available all the time, this has benefited a lot from the last 18 months. But yeah, and I definitely agree that it's a sport, and to whoever think otherwise, I suggest that they find a friend who is doing this strange hobby, as they can feel it, and try to make a double stint, 2-hour race without crashing, and let's discuss how they feel after 2 hours of driving. Depending on the hardware they are on, it can be really a workout. And Just for out of curiosity, I bought a heart rate monitor a couple of months ago, and
Oh, this is interesting. Do go on.
yeah, and on some races when it's quiet, the average heart rate is between 120 and 130 for me. So I'm more than
Yep.
40 years. I'm more than 40 years old, so it's it can be a little lighter on younger drivers, but and on the really hard battles, my peak heart rate raised to 160. And
Wow.
just for
That's-
information, being for an hour above 120 is considered as a mild exercise. So it's really sport.
Yeah, I mean, we talked earlier, Seb. You were probably listening about it genuinely being a workout. I talked about you talking about being involved with battles and talking in post-race interviews with you being drenched in sweat. I referenced Random Call Sign, who was with us earlier, mentioning that I moderate for his chat, and I have seen him after an intense race just completely spent and just dripping wet. And talking to him the next day, be like, "Oh, I'm tired. I can't race today." That race literally took it all out of me. And folks, we understand there are naysayers to the sport of sim racing, but I promise you, it is a sport. It's an e-sport, and it is far beyond anything else for its simulation value, its realism, and you have to have at least some sort of physical prowess to do these longer races, and you can build up dexterity to that. And by the way, Seb, you're talking about heart rate, and I don't want to turn this into a medical show, but I'm going to give you some interesting information here. If you are under the age of 18, you are more likely in a stress environment to have a heart rate over 150, and that does include sim racing. And you can back that up with watching younger people on Twitch sim race with the heart rate monitor app thing. For your generation or for your age group, that is perfectly normal. That's well within norms. Any older, though, a heart rate of 120 would be considered extreme. But yeah, it's actually weird. It goes from whenever you're younger, 160 is semi-acceptable. 155 is about the highest. And it goes down for Nick in my age group. It's about 130. For yours, it's about 130, 145. Then when you get significantly an elder, it dips way down. But it's weird that it spikes in the middle, though.
I think it's the maximum sustained heart rate is 220 minus your age or something like that.
Yes, that is. That's the formula to get what your heart rate at any given point should be maximum, and there's also a minimum variance of that as well.
Yeah.
But that's another thing too. You're talking about heart rate monitors on these streamers that are sim racing. It's like, what's the point of that? And I'm like, well, the sensations might be different in a sim racing cockpit, but the feeling you feel when you're doing it is the same. And I think that's part of the appeal. Is you can ask any racing driver, Jordan Pepper, for instance, who has raced with us before. The feeling is different, but the sensation you get in a battle is identical to the real thing. And I can't say the same when I'm playing FIFA. Though, despite that, I've never played football at any particular level that I'd be able to draw a comparison. But I would imagine it's different.
Yeah. To be honest, first I did it out of curiosity, and it's been a while since I have streamed one of my races. It must be 6 months I have stopped doing it. Maybe I will go back to it, but I've added the heart rate monitor to my streams again. And looking back at some of my races after, it was interesting to see that mistakes done on track were related to heart rate peaks. So it also helped me to understand how I work in a more efficient way, and understand when I was losing lucidity and making mistakes. And so as a personal development, it helped me. How curious it might look.
A lot too is sort of track dependent. I've seen statistics of certain drivers at Le Mans, for instance, is the big one, where anytime you can tell without even looking at a track map, you can tell when they're coming up to a corner because their heart rate increases and then immediately goes back to a fairly low under 100, or not quite resting, of course, but a slightly elevated but still completely normal heart rate. But every time they come up to a corner, chicane, whatever, or another car, it spikes at 120, 130, something like that. There are a few instances that that's not the case. We all know who Kimi Räikkönen is. They call him the Iceman, and for several reasons, I don't think I've ever seen his heart rate go above 120, even in the middle of a fight in a race. I don't know what gets him excited, but it's certainly not racing at the top level of motorsport.
Yeah, Ayrton Senna was known to have, when calm, having a really extremely low heart rate. I think it was below 60, something like 55 or something less than a beat per second. So, yeah, we all work differently, but Ayrton Senna was known for that.
I gotta tell you, if that was his elevated heart rate, I might consider giving him some heart medication. And
no, it was not under exercise, but when calm, when doing nothing.
Oh, I see.
But it's still very low.
Can I tell you a bit about your future? Your heart rate is going to be resting at somewhere around 55 beats per minute in your elder age. And, of course, Ayrton Senna was not. You don't think so? Are you an excitable human being?
No, I'm not. But my heart rate has always been a little over the average. I think when I'm resting, I don't go below 70. So
I see. An active man, perhaps. I gotta ask you too, if Tom's still here. I gotta, because we Tom. Sorry, Tom. We went off on a tangent there.
Not a problem. You ramble away, mate.
I gotta ask you two a question. You brought up your significant others, and I have to ask now. We brought up how expensive sim racing can be. It can very well be inexpensive. I started off on a very inexpensive setup when I was a young lad. Not that very expensive setups existed back then to begin with, but you get the point. But I think for all of us, it's evolved to a point where it has become a bit costly with some of the advanced setups. So, does your significant other know the exact monetary value of your sim racing setup?
When you say exact monetary value, do you mean how much I paid for it, or how much I should have paid for it?
I'll go with either. Do they have an idea of about how much money? Because I assume it's not inconsequential at this point. As Bart Macha up to 13th place now, gained 2 spots since jumping into that car.
I think the best way to answer your question, Jesse, is that yes, it's true. You can start with an entry-level wheel and a small T, as we discussed earlier. So the PC, often you already have it, or a console. So with 200 euros, dollars, whatever the currency, you can get involved in sim racing and be competitive. But after, when you're hooked, and when you want to have really the best experience, not only being able to show your pace, but living the best experience, the best immersion possible, this is where the figures goes out of the way, and it has no limits basically.
It really doesn't. That's the problem. There is no there used to be a cap where you knew that to have the best of the best you would pay X amount of money. Now there's $30,000 to $60,000 motion rigs and there's a whole thing. But Seb, does your wife know how much your setup costs? And for you it's a little more expensive because yours is VR based as well.
VR is just shifting a part of the cost on the PC side because it's really computing intensive. But otherwise, a sim rig can be almost the same for console user or PC user. But no, my wife doesn't know figures exactly, and but she knows it's my only hobby. So. As long as I'm not doing stupid things, it's fine. But only my best friend knows how much I invested in my sim rig. But
see, that's what you call it. You call it an investment. Yes.
Yes, it is because, to be fair, at a point. It replaces completely, at least for me, because I have 2 kids, I have a wife. I am too old now to try anything in motorsports. Let's be realistic. So for me, it replaces a track day or anything like that. And going to a track day with your personal car, it quickly becomes a hefty budget, and not only thinking about the usual things like tires and fuel, but the time to get there, to have a hotel, and the wear on the car, and paying insurance to be allowed to go on track, and paying the fee to be allowed to enter the track. And when you add all those costs, if you want to do it twice a year, you can assume that in 3 or 4 years you've built yourself a really, really beautiful and everlasting sim rig. So this is why I call it an investment. It's because now I don't want to spend money on trying to feel somehow real motorsports, and the sim rig is getting me in cars that I would never touch anyway. So yeah, I call this an investment. When you're hooked, like I am, it really makes you touch from the tip of your finger and from the belly a bit as well in VR. The feeling for competition and racing wonderful cars, because the race is real, although it's just gaming.
Sorry to interrupt. Big off there by one of the GT4s. That's the 57 off. Comes all the way back across the track and nearly takes out one of the leading cars. I think that's... yes, indeed. But what I was going to say, as we were riding on board with Ted Edwards for Motorsport Green, that they are doing a great job coming back through the field, 21st, and now closing in on the top 20, and perhaps more importantly for them than the top 20 is going to be one more spot in GT3 Silver is what they're closing in on. And we're talking with the mailman Tom Roberts and Seb the Champion Brunier about sim racing, as they have had to retire the 769 due to technical difficulties. And we're talking about the costs associated with it. And folks, it's very simple. Do you know how many people that I have met over the years that said, well, I started off on Gran Turismo whatever, and I had a very cheap racing wheel, or you know, even if it's not even brand name, it doesn't matter. And that's all it takes to get you hooked. Of course, we're now talking about some of the added on costs. Once you get hooked in, that's the problem. I knew that I had a problem, guys, whenever I turned up one day and I had spent, and I won't talk about brand names or different outlets, but I turned up with a lot of money invested in sim rigs, equipment, and the like. And Ted Edwards is going to get that position, but they will, I think, give it back due to contact there, or maybe not. Yes, they will give up all of those places that they were racing, even though those weren't for position on track, as the car that they were chasing, the Audi, went into the pit lane, did the 326.
Yeah, so Ted Edwards kind of bumped in and got a little bit of action there with a bit of a tap before the corkscrew. Decided to pull off of the road to kind of give it back. Said, that was not professional of me, so, he kind of pulled off. So good sportsmanship on Ted Edwards.
Right, you are, Nick. Very well spotted. I didn't catch how that all started. But either way, I mean, not for position or not, Nick. I mean, it's like you said, it's a sportsman thing to do. It's the right thing to do.
Yes, absolutely. And just kind of a clean take for Ted Edwards. He's going to kind of line that back up and get past the traffic when he can, and see if he can catch up to the 59 up ahead of him. I think he's a bit away from them, so I'll be here in the position 20 for a bit of time.
Yes, indeed. We're going to shift the conversation, stay on sim racing, obviously, because that's what we're doing, but we're going to shift it over to one of the hot topics, AC2. We know it's coming. We know it's several years off, but my question is it a direct sort of successor to the original Assetto Corsa, or is it something a bit different? We know it's going to be Unreal at this point, based on the investors' sort of summary that we've all seen. But is it going to be a direct relative to AC, or is it going to be a sponsored game? We don't really know at this point, so we can only speculate. What I'm hoping for is everything that was in the original Assetto Corsa, just with these graphics, essentially, and add on from there with more world-class tracks and obviously moddable. I think, though ACC proves otherwise, I think moddability is still important in 2021. Thoughts, everybody?
Very much so. I mean, one of the things I obviously, the nature of my work means I need to know a good number of sims inside and out. And obviously, ACC is my main sim. I get teased about that in work quite a bit. But yeah, moddability is certainly one of the things that made Assetto Corsa 1 as popular as it was. There was a website not so long ago that got shut down. I was really disappointed with it because I was looking for a good Toyota Supra mod. Do you remember the old 36 Castrol Tom's Supra? I was looking for
baby.
Do you remember that one?
Yeah.
That is the car.
I do.
Love Motorsport. I love that car. But I can't find a good mod for it anywhere. Really upset about that. I can't find a good mod for it. So in chat, sorry, Jess, I'm just going to take over your flow now.
No,
if you're
please,
in chat and you know
do.
somewhere I can find a good GT Super GT number 36 Castrol Tom's Supra for Assetto Corsa, if you can find that, and also find me a couple of the old tracks that I know have been modded into Assetto Corsa from the original Gran Turismo. If you can find that, please let me know in chat. Drop me a message on Discord, because I would love to get back to racing those circuits, because they are so good. And I just miss it terribly. But, yeah, that's one of the things that when they get AC2, in whatever form that might be, moddability has to be one of the things they do. And I'm under no illusions that they'll bring it. It's one of the things that made us Assetto Corsa the great simulator that it always was. So for me, it's a no-brainer. They'll have to do it. The Unreal Engine is one of the most popular, if not the most popular engine available to game developers right now in the world. And the amount of tools that you can use to produce content and assets for that engine, Blender, as just like the one example that I wouldn't say familiar with, but I know of and I know roughly how to use. You know, if you can get all that kind of stuff done in Blender, it opens up so many possibilities for people to just go, all right, this is what I want to race. I want to race as basically do what Gran Turismo did with the X2010, you know, the Red Bull one that doesn't exist, but it was like just stupidly powerful. Or, you know, people can like scope out ideas for what the Gen 3 Formula E car is going to look like. You know, modability just has to be one of the things that they put into AC2.
Kunos always made it clear that it was the core of AC, that it was opened, and the only reason it was not the case in ACC is the licensing issues. So, and they said even for ACC that they would not encourage the mods, but they wouldn't stop it from happening either. So if it didn't happen, it's just because it's pretty difficult on Unreal. So that's why maybe it's I don't think that the game engine choice is fixed yet. We all suspect it would be Unreal, but I think it's still open. But I'm looking forward, of course, for the future of AC. And also, fun fact, the ACC installation folder is named AC2 because it was the development of AC2 that turned to ACC because that's the way it changed. It was too difficult in the development environment to change the project name. It changed too many assets, so that's why the ACC install folder is AC2.
We've talked to a lot of the devs, and that's one thing I give Kunos a lot of credit. They have a passion for game design. They have a passion for motorsports. They have a passion for cars and community, and they're a part of this community. They have been, as we've made it to the halfway point in the race. They have a passion for all of those things. They have very obvious sort of views on what sim racing should be, and I think, largely speaking, the community agrees with them and their vision, and why not? It's hard to argue an open way of developing so that other talented community members can come in and help and assist. I mean, just look at the original AC content manager. How big of a game changer is that? You've got Soul and everything that content manager does for you for your game, and all the excellent mod makers. We keep going back to Random Call Sign, but he does spotlights on his YouTube channel about mod makers for sim racing, and
True.
just how talented everybody is, and it's all out of passion for motorsport. And it makes me mad to read articles on, you know, just various different news and sports outlets like, oh, well, motorsport is unnecessary and it's a dying thing. And I think that's quite the contrary, because they're looking at the real motorsport and they're looking at attendance, and what they're not looking at is the fact that there's an 18% increase in GT championships since 2015. We have the GT Challenge America now, the GT Asia Challenge. There's Australia has bolstered its GT championships. There's a number of those, and not just limited to that. I mean, there's racing at VIR this weekend with 4 or 5 different series that are all there that wasn't there 3 or 4 years ago. And they look at the attendance of maybe an IndyCar race or a NASCAR race, or even in some aspects F1, and they're like, and they wonder, oh, well, why are they taking races from these places or doing this? I don't think motorsport is going anywhere. The passion's there. The passion's always there. And for a talented few, as we are getting the first Code 60 of the race here, I was wondering at this point if we would ever have one. Somebody is undoubtedly reconnecting as the race is neutralized. Everybody down to the pit limiter, 49 miles an hour, as there will be what appears to be a reconnection or a work on something here. And race neutralization, and one car in the top 10 taking this as an opportunity to pit. But talking about the importance of sim racing, or the AC2. But yeah, the whole thing with that is we talked to Kunos about that, and they've said, like, yeah, we were messing around with Unreal. We wanted a new challenge. We were doing something different. And remember how much people said, Kunos, there is no realistic racing sim in the Unreal Engine. This is not going to work. And what happened? They ended up making the most realistic GT3 racing simulation that had ever been created. And it was a lot of work. It was a lot of work. It was a lot of tweaking. But they got there in the end.
Code. And a lot of custom code.
Yeah, but they got there in the end, and all that does is tell you what we knew about Kunos, and to begin with. They're a talented lot. As Code 60 is ending, car has reconnected. I think that was the 138 reconnecting. Oh no, the 138 was just a car coming into the pit lane. I think it was another car, but they're very talented. They know what they're doing, and they support their product for a lot longer than some of the other companies that make the Simcade titles would.
True. But when you listen to Marco Mazzaruto or Aris Basiliakos interviews, or the same for Stefano Casilio, when you look at his streams when he's programming, you definitely feel the passion, and you definitely feel the high skill level in what they are doing. And these three guys, I think, have changed sim racing forever. AC became a success only from a couple of guys that wanted to develop their own sim, their own engine. It's crazy. The more interviews you try to find about them, the story is fascinating. They started with Love Money, a small team, and they built the most successful simulator ever. Aside from Gran Turismo, the big hits, but really talking about a driving simulator. Even if Gran Turismo is also one in its own way, but a hardcore sim like AC, yeah, it's fascinating. And as long as these three guys are willing to work together, and it seems that they continue, there is a bright future, because they really opened a huge path. And AC2 announcement is really exciting, and it's tomorrow. Even if you say it's 2020 or 3 years, okay. But ACC is 3 years old now for the first early access. So when you think about it, it was yesterday. So ACC is for tomorrow. Quite a exciting future.
It is, and in the meantime, AC is not going anywhere. They just keep making that sim better. For day to night cycles implemented, rain in the beta stages for that, like actual proper rain. I mean, for the longest time, we were talking about accurate weather in that sim, and now it's evolved to the point where it's like we have that. We have excellent weather and clouds and all that. We've modified how the tires work and how they relate to the track surface, so the game it feels better than it ever has done, and it's not going anywhere in the time being. And of course, ACC continues to be supported with updates every Thursday. There is an update that I can only assume, and I don't race any ACC championships, but I can only assume if you race on a Friday or a Saturday for that matter, and you wake up every Thursday to an ACC update, that has to give you a little bit of the cold sweats of, oh no, what have they changed now? What have they updated now? Because in some cases, it can throw you blindly into a race. Perhaps you drive a specific car and they've updated something or changed something. Maybe now your setup is not as effective. So immediately having to go back to the drawing boards. But that's not, I don't look at that as a negative. That's a positive. They continue weekly updates to quality of life, BOP, all sorts of different things. Fabian Schmedberger, the leading car, the 799 Motorsport Pink Team, coming into the pit lane. I would imagine he's going to get out of that car, and does. Mikkel Sundstrom strapped back into the driver's seat of the 799 and back out. We saw earlier Harry Conway getting out of the 796. Benjamin Heilman in that car now, back out in second. The 911 has not recovered, by the way. They are still in third place, and that will frustrate that team. Not only losing the lead on the pit stop, but losing second on the road to Harry Conway. Other teams involved with RCI on the list. Mike Jones is back into the 714. That car up to 12th place currently. And Ted Edwards up into the 18th place. Excellent progression, those two teams. And one of our affiliated teams, the Flying Husky team of Ryan Mawson, has come into the live comms chat and said that he's done for the day in the Cayman, and he absolutely hated it. Apparently that Porsche Cayman, that GT4, not the best car to have to hang on to. Folks, as we cross over past the halfway point of the race, we'd just like to thank all of you for hanging out with us. We know this is a bit of a different stream, as we are just sort of hanging out on a Sunday afternoon, chatting it up and watching some of the RCI teams race in the Chris A. Sim Racing Endurance Championship. We thank you for watching and appreciate your likes, comments, and subscribing to the channel. Of course, this is a bit of a different stream as opposed to what we normally do on RCI TV, where we cover a full race. But we do thank the Chris A. Sim Racing community for allowing us to not only have 5 cars in the championship, but of course also cover our perspectives as well. In addition to that, we'd like to thank all of our partners that make this race and every race possible. Race Department, AK Informatica, Raceface Speed Labs, Sim Racing GP, and Driver 61. More information about all those fantastic folks in the description, along with the Discord link. If you would like to join us and race at RCI, well, all you have to do is join the Discord and sign up. More information there. We would love to have you. We're chatting with some of the drivers that unfortunately did not get to finish today's race. Mr. Tom Roberts, the mailman, and Seb Champion Brunier. And of course, I am Jesse Lee here with Nick Setnick as well. We're just having a nice little Sunday afternoon's chat about the emergence of information that AC2 is happening, and it is slated to come out in 2024. We're just sort of speculating on everything else. It may be in the Unreal Engine, it may not be, but I'm fairly confident it is going to be. I think that they've proven that they can do it, and I don't see them completely trying to reinvent the wheel after they've already reinvented the wheel with Unreal to get it to this point. And there have been, after the success of ACC, a couple of other games that you could call a sim that have been released as well.
I'm pretty excited as well that they would choose Unreal a second time, because Unreal 5 just made available for developers as a preliminary version, and with all the new things that happened in Unreal 5, such as the absence of level of details. It's all handled by the engine itself. Then you always see the maximum quality, and it's easier for the developers because you're not programming different level of details for all the assets. It's the engine that is adapting permanently the number of polygons on what is on the screen. So quality-wise, it's interesting for the players or the sim racers, and for the developers it's less work because you do the perfect modeling with the highest level of tails, and the game engine is making the work for everyone when it's displayed. And also the better integration of RTX, so the reflections, the shadows, and so on. So yeah, it could look even more beautiful than it is today, and at a lesser computational effort for the PCs. So yeah, it would be great. But anyway, we know Kunos delivers in the end. So whatever the choice, I'm pretty confident with the future of the franchise.
Well, we continue in the race. Fabian Schmedberger in chat mentions that they almost lost the lead. Well, they almost lost the lead indeed to a team car. The 796 is coming. That gap was 7 seconds at one point. It started to come down. I noticed it was at 6 about 15 minutes ago. It's less than 2.5 now. Benjamin Heilman, otherwise known as Stewie, in the 796 Motorsport yellow car, and they are on a bit of a charge, but can Mikael Sundstrom widen out that gap? As once again, I will mention this. Yes, the leading two cars are RCI team cars. They operate independently from each other, however, and there are no team orders here from anybody. They are supposed to race each other, and they will race each other just like they were any other team. It just so happens, though, that they are RCI affiliated teams, so there will be no sort of, oh, well, you go ahead. And if there is any of that, it's because, well, strategy, I would assume.
And I bet Stewie is eager to win the race. He has something to after last night. Definitely he wants something better today.
Well, Stewie did everything he could last night to win the silver championship. It was just that at the end of the day, not getting pole position was the damning factor. And I got to tell you, you drove your heart out, and so did he. Neither one of you left anything on the table, and I got to say, that was a mega race. Even though you weren't competing directly head-to-head, it was obvious. He was trying to do everything he could to win, and you were trying to do everything you could to keep it from being close. And drama on both ends of the silver field last night. A fantastic race. Neither one of you have anything to be ashamed of. Great racing.
Yes, it was. And on that note, I'm going to leave you guys. I think going to watch the end of the race. Ooh. A bit of a moment here.
Yeah, it absolutely sure was. I just realized something. On the front of Heilman's car, it has the Triple R logo on it, so it's not in the name anymore. I think because the name would be too long otherwise, but it is still on the car. Triple R still on the splitter of the. I was wondering about that. I wasn't going to say anything in case there was, anything going on with that. But Triple R still on the new livery for the car. But I think the name would just be too long otherwise.
It was on the front of ours as well. I think he's. I think Harry's made some updates to all of them, and Triple R now unofficial splitter sponsors for for Racing Club International.
Well, Triple R has always been a big part of RCI, and now obviously a big part of staff here as well at RCI. Also should mention all of the teams here, for those of you who may be wondering, they're not just people that we brought in to race. These are all existing staff members. The same thing with Seb Brunier and Mr. Tom Roberts. I mean, they're in some form staff here at RCI. And by the way, boys, thank you for everything you do around here, around the Discord, getting races running, interacting with the community, and helping make this be such a great place to be.
Well, you're the one we stick up in the comms box all weekend, so...
Yeah, but at the end of the day, my job is a lot easier. In fact, Mike Jones and me had a small conversation prior to the start of today's race. He jokingly told me if I was going to be doing media duties that I needed to do certain other things. And I said, yeah, there's a reason I'm a commentator. It's because I don't... it's a lot of work, isn't it? I understand. People at home may not, but I understand how difficult it is and how much workload there is to even do one race. And again, my hat's off to any sort of organization. Chris Hay in particular, since we're racing in his series today, we can definitely understand and respect the amount of work it takes to get into this, as Ted Edwards trying to move up another position and does. Tight confines right there for Ted Edwards, but the 797 up another position into 16th place. Folks, this team was 25th at one point today and is coming up the field, 16th place, and still time to get some more, but very close confines, and a nice move by Ted Edwards for Motorsport Green. Excellent stuff there.
I'm having to watch this on YouTube, so I'm a few seconds behind there, but that was some real quality racecraft right there.
Getting into it, Tom.
I am. I've been watching the whole time we've been here, mate. It's yeah, it's always good to see good racecraft. I love to see it.
What an absolute drive there coming up to the corkscrew. Tom, do you want to explain to people at home, maybe they find this VOD in the future and wonder, why does Jesse keep calling him the mailman? You want to explain?
Oh, to be honest, I wasn't very, hang on, let me start that sentence again. I wasn't aware of that nickname until I came into, I think it must have been at least hour 3 out of an 8-hour race that we had at Imola.
Yeah.
Well, I'm still not entirely sure where it came from, because I don't remember doing all that much.
I'm not sure if Seb gave you that name or we gave you that name in the booth, but somebody gave you that name because we referenced the fact that you were rocketing through the field, much like Ted Edwards is doing as well. And somebody said he's hauling the mail, or call him the mailman or something.
I feel like that's something Harry would have said. It's a very Harry or Billy, one of those two.
Ryan said that in chat.
Ryan said that in chat.
Yeah. Is that Mr. G Max I hear?
No, it's another South African, the one that punted Gina calls yesterday.
That's Cameron. That's Cameron DeBastos has joined us in the box. Hello, Cam. How is it out there?
Good. Had a bad start for me, but I couldn't ask for anything better at this moment. Guys are doing well.
He's absolutely flying as Ted, isn't he? Going up through the field. Did you expect that?
Well, we knew Ted was fast. When Tom, Bryant notified us they wouldn't be able to race today, we instantly got together and thought, well, who were we going to drag in? And then we instantly thought about Ted. And we got Ted in, and it turned out to be one of the best decisions we ever made. We did have a bit of a mess up at the previous pit stop. Ethan was supposed to get in, but we decided to keep Ted in for now and just put Ethan in at the end. So it's my duty done for today.
Well, there you have it. Seb, you're on your way out, aren't you? Just making sure before I play you off.
No, yeah, I'm going to leave you. I have to practice a bit for other races and also watch. Yeah. The schedule is pretty tight. Yeah. Yeah, but we like it, and I haven't driven as much as I thought I would today. So I have to drive.
I see. I understand. Well, Seb Bernier, the Night Owl Season 4 Silver Champion, crowned last night at this very track. Unfortunately, didn't get to take the track today, but that will not deter the Frenchman in the future. Seb, thanks for coming and talking to us. You're welcome anytime.
Thanks for having me. See you.
Well, we basically trade Seb Bernier for a Cameron de Bastos. And already being in the car today, like you said, Cam, it wasn't the start you wanted, but excellent recovery. I mean, I would be absolutely thrilled with this. How far up do you think that you two can get today, considering the progress?
Well, if I look at the quick leaderboard, we might, with our current pace, maybe even getting to P14. As I say, that the Audi just got right close to us. We might maybe P14 might even get into a battle with Mike. We'll see what happens. But yeah, it's so far it turned out quite well.
Well, there you have it. By the way, Tom, everybody in chat lighting up for the mailman. They love it. We'll have to go back to that race at Imola and confirm who actually said that first. But I just remember somebody saying it. Somebody saying that they were licking the stamp, and somebody else chimed in about, just like a mailman licking the stamp and sending it, and it just stuck. Everybody was like, well, he's the mailman now. And you have been ever since.
I don't know. I mean, this is the thing. I don't know. I'm really not sure how deserving I am of such a moniker, but it's always fun to have memories like this where you come back. So I just watching that pink Audi go very, very close to our 769. But yeah, it's fun when you get stuff like this and you get the memories that you get like this. It's so fun, and it's a real insight as to how different people are when they get behind the wheel. You know, I mean, like I said last time, or not last time, sorry, at that time at Imola, where for me it's the case I always get my head down, I go into like a fugue state almost, and I just get on with it. Whereas there are some that you can definitely tell are wrestling a car around every time. Every time they get around a corner, around any part of the circuit, they're just wrestling it to the absolute limit of their abilities, which probably explains why I'm so slow. But yeah, it is great, and this is what makes, you know, like we were talking about earlier, what makes sport so interesting is just seeing how different people conduct themselves all the time and where people's strengths lie. I mean, I can't qualify to save my life, as I've said before, but I enjoy like going in, putting solid stints on. If things had gone a little bit differently today, I was feeling in the groove where I could have done another stint around this circuit. The car felt so good.
Wow.
And that's just the thing. It's all about rhythm. It's all about clockwork. And it was the same when I was shooting. I used to shoot competitively, and you could set a watch by my timing, and it's a similar sort of mechanism that you get when you are racing. You go, okay, I'm in this part of the track now, so I'm watching now, and Ted's just gone over the start finish line. I know where my braking point is. I know the line I need to take to get to that braking point. I know the speed I should be at, even though I'm not looking at the speedometer. I'm looking at the speed I should be at. I need to go into this gear now. And you just get into this sort of fugue state. It's all about rhythm. It's all about control. And this is why I feel like Seb and I do so well. Seb puts me in a position where I can get my head down and put those laps in, be consistent, and just enjoy the drive. Obviously, I love getting behind somebody for position and trying to take that position, because that's why we race. It's about, this is something I alluded to on the Friday Championship chat, where I just why do we race? Why are we all here? Why do we even do this as a hobby? And it's come down to sport.
To beat Mike Jones.
It is.
Yes.
Well, it's not just even Mike Jones. It's to beat anybody for anything. It doesn't matter if it's for P1, if it's for $200,000 or something. If it's for me, if I'm fighting for P16, that's better than finishing P17. It's that little win above somebody else to say, I'm better than you. This time around, I was better than you. Try me again next time. Let's see if it's different. You know, if it's I'm fighting for P2 in a championship, it's an endurance battle that I'm trying to win against myself, but against 20, 30 other people around the circuit. It's all about a victory, and it's whatever victory you decide to place value on at that given time. And yeah, if that comes down to just being consistent and putting in loads of laps to help your team and get to the end of the race, then that is a win. If you gain positions, even better. If it's fighting for a lead or for a podium step, then power to you.
Completely sideways is the 326. We've seen that car battle with Mike Jones earlier in the race. They went hard into the wall after that incident off the final turn. They've since fixed that car, you would imagine, and now we're coming back through the field. But that car's had more problems than that. It was backwards at the bottom of the corkscrew at one point, and now, of course, trying to make his way up, but nearly losing it there through turn 6. And Ted Edwards, though, still very much on the prowl. And Tom, I couldn't have said that better. I mean, that it is one of the most important. Like, it's such a important question of why do we race? And speaking about rhythm as well, I've had the pleasure of talking to a good portion of professional racing drivers, and most of them say the same thing. What makes the difference between a good and a great driver? It's rhythm. And you have to, especially in a longer race, have that rhythm. And in a shorter race, you have to immediately be on your rhythm and establish as much. And that's the difference. Somebody that's out of sync is not going to perform nearly as well as somebody who is hitting their breaking point, who is turning in at the same time. Consistency. Why do we make such a big deal about consistency? Why is it whenever you enter any sim GP race, there's a thing for consistency, and same thing with ACC app or AC apps. Why is that so important? Any sim racing system race you enter has a consistency section. The reason that's important, folks, is almost all of the time, the driver that is most consistent is going to win the race. Consistency is key, and that's why they say that. And Cam, back to you. Tom was out there with you earlier on the track, and we heard what Tom had to say about the track and the competition. Cam, what's your take? How was it there early in the race?
It's hard to say, really. Unfortunately, our tire pressures were a bit low for the track temp that was there. So I was a bit struggling to find the grip that needed for me. But later on, I got the groove, but still, it's always that mentality in your head that as soon as you try to forget whatever's going on, but you still make a little bit mistake here and there. And I just tried to keep my best to keep it out of the wall. But there was I think there's one driver on the track that actually is scaring my whole team at this point, and I can't remember the exact number, but every time we were laps down, but every time we get close, they would for some reason defend against us and just block us completely. But other than that, the driving standards were quite well. Good close driving against all the front runners, respecting the back markers. The GT4s also respecting us. We did have some calls in the race room to the GT3 drivers to respect the GT4s, as some were being a bit pushy to other. What's Billy saying there in chat? I just see something on the side here, but the GT4s are they're respectful. They get out of the way as soon as they can, but they also have their own race, and so far it's quite well.
So further question, and this is to the both of you. Obviously, there is a drivers' meeting before all of these races that they conduct. Do you think the stern language and the no playing around sort of tone of that meeting has helped the racing here this week?
Absolutely. It's the same for any briefing that you give. If it's less so about the actual message, although the message itself is important, of course, but it's how you deliver it. If you go into any briefing and you're going, maybe we should possibly, maybe kind of do this, maybe. no one's gonna listen to you. No one will take notice. But if you are deliberate in your words, deliberate in your tone, then people pay attention and people listen to what you are saying.
And
As simple as that. What the hell was that?
Little
Sorry.
bit of contact there with a GT4. And I believe that was the car that Ryan Mawson was in earlier. Mawson is done for the day, by the way. I didn't actually mention that. Oh, actually, I did mention that. Ryan Mawson has climbed out of the Flying Husky team car and is done for the day doing the first 2 stints. Second 2 stints is on his teammate. And I believe that was contact between Ted Edwards and Mawson's teammate right there. As you were saying.
No, that was my point. That was it. Done.
Cam, thoughts on that? Was the message received in the drivers' meeting, do you think?
Oh yes, no, absolutely. I mean, before every race, well, the 2 that we did so far, they always tell us, respect the other drivers, don't do anything crazy. And I don't know if they said it this time around. Maybe that was when everybody lost connection to the comms box. But in Bathurst, they told us that if a lapped car tries to unlap themselves, but they're faster, don't try and defend it. But I don't know. I don't think they said it this time, which would have been a nice point to carry over again, since there's been a lot of defending against the lapped cars, well, especially for our car for some reason. But other than that, it's been going quite well. The briefing definitely sets the tone that this is a serious race. If anything happens, then there will be consequences, and yeah, they clearly set the bar, telling, well, this is going to happen, follow these rules or you're going to get punished.
Well, Harry Conway is up to his old tricks. He's cracking jokes in the chat saying that he mostly sleeps through the driver's briefing, and he reckons most other drivers do the same. We talked about at the top of the show, right before the green flag today, that there was at least one, but perhaps a couple of teams that were at Bathurst that, well, they aren't here today because they've been disqualified for the championship for the way that they drove. To the both of you, do you feel that that's fair?
Yes. I'm not going to say that. Yes.
We're not naming names here, but just as simple as that. Fair, yeah.
I think if I speak for some of the members from the RCI team, yes. There was some very dodgy driving on Bathurst for us. And I think even Harry will agree with me here that the decisions made to disqualify those teams after having received warnings in briefing, and they still took those chances, then yeah, I think it's fair they got disqualified.
I'm gonna play a little bit of the devil's advocate here. So obviously rules are there, rules are set, and if you don't abide by the rules, then yes, you should absolutely be punished. But what I would say is that similarly to... Okay, most other league admins have learnt the lesson now that you don't start a championship race at Monza. Why is that?
Turn 1, carnage.
Exactly, it's a pretty obvious thing, you know. Turn 1, nobody knows each other. In any new series, you can always take the assumption that unless there is a name that you have driven against, hours on end, race after race after race, lap after lap after lap, you know they're predictable. Most of the other drivers on the circuit aren't. So everybody wants to stake or stamp their name on, you know, the first lap of the race, the first race of the season. Monza isn't the circuit to do that. Monza is a circuit where you're kind of asking for trouble. Similarly, I don't think Bathurst is the best place to start a championship at either. Now, I think if, for example, they went to Spa, which is a circuit a lot more people are very intimately familiar with, they can race properly there. Kyalami, given the number of times that we've done it. Suzuka, given how many replications there have been of that circuit in simulators over the years, then maybe that would have toned down the amount of aggressive driving that was on display at Bathurst. Now, Bathurst isn't a circuit where you are aggressive. There are very limited places where you can overtake on track. Now, if I think we're alluding to a certain particular incident, then that was assumed under false pretense. The information that one of the drivers being disqualified for was wrong, and obviously that should never influence an action on track that is deliberate to cause harm to the driver. Whether he did or not intentionally is not for me to decide. But what I would say is maybe the circuit choice to start the championship off wasn't the smartest, because, you know, we don't know the other drivers in the circuit. We don't know their capabilities. We don't know how aggressive they are. We don't know their driving styles. There are some drivers in here that I already recognized from the race at Bathurst that I was like, okay, yep, they're good. I know if I come up against them on track, I can race there. I can race them, and they're not going to be pushing me off the circuit. They're going to be safe. You need to have maybe not a slower circuit, but certainly a less fraught or heated circuit to start the championship off with. Bathurst isn't the place to start championship off with, in my opinion. So maybe if there was a different circuit that was used, we might not have had the disqualifications that we'd had in the first round.
I think that's an interesting take on the situation. And, definitely the disqualification based off of, what took place there. And Ted Edwards has had an adventurous lap or so in his car, going off there, perhaps a little out of rhythm, his Ted Edwards, but hasn't lost a position. It's in the middle of nowhere. By the way, you're not missing anything up front. Mikael Sundstrom still leads Stewie by about 7 seconds, so that gap was around 2.2 at one point, but now all the way out to 7+ seconds, first and second. It's an RCI 1-2 at the time being. Mikael Sundstrom, who was the surprise winner of round 1 of the Chris Hay Endurance Champ at Bathurst, is dominating this race. If you can think back early, there was a Ferrari out front, and then mistakes happened with them, and they have languished outside the top 5 since then, and the 911 Porsche took over for a while, but based on a fast pit stop by Sundstrom, it ended up coming to them, and now since then have driven away. And even so, Harry Conway passed that 911, so a 1-2 for RCI. And again, further back in the field, Mike Jones in the 714 Team Purple car running 13th, and now Ted Edwards in the Motorsports green car in the 17th place position, holding station right now, but the number 6 is closing in ever so slightly. What's the setup like on the Lamborghini, Cam? I know it's not some people's first choice.
Oh crap!
Oh no! There's been an accident off of the track, dipping the tire. We saw earlier in the race one of the leaders do that, and here we have it. Ted Edwards dipping a left off beyond the runoff into the dirt, immediately going across the track. The tight confines playing up here.
Well, just as you said that, it just shows you what the setup is on the Lamborghini for us. I raced this car in our national league here, and me and my teammate, we created this setup here basically for qualifying. It's very on the edge, and that's how we prefer it. We create the setup on such a way that it's on the edge to get the best possible performance out of the car. Unfortunately, that does mean sacrificing a bit of stability in the rear for us on this track, because this is just a modified qualified setup for us now. But from what I see on the car, it doesn't look like there's a lot of damage on it. I haven't spoken to Ted yet, but for us to change, I know we spoke a lot about it in the team, the change to move from the Aston that was a Bathurst to the Lamborghini might have been the better setup, since so far from all the tests, all the drivers are happy with the setup here. So yeah, the Lamborghini, to get the best out of it, you have to drive it on the edge. The setup has to be very, very risky. But yeah, I think Ted has some massive front air damage, it seems, since he can't take that corner flat out there.
Yes,
but, yeah,
indeed.
that's a Lambo.
What do you think he'll do? Do you think you're going to try and make it to the scheduled pit and then fix the damage then?
I don't know. I might actually pop in and ask Ethan what he does. It's all dependent. Well, we have so far, luckily, we have a what do you call it, secured top 20 since we lapped P20 already. So we don't have a problem there. But yeah, that's the goal. Just get P20. If we pit now, other cars still need to pit. So if you pit now, put Ethan in. They just requested me for some reason. Oh, they requested me into the box. So, but yeah, I'll be back now. It's gonna be a quick. So it looks like they want to quickly check something, but I'll be back now.
Yeah, so Cam
And there's
DeBastos leaving the box to assist his team. Ted Edwards coming into the pit lane to get the car sorted. And Fabian Schmidberger, first stint in the car. And then all of a sudden you exit pit row and find yourself leapfrogging into the lead.
Yeah, Mikko did an awesome job. We had a good pit stop. End of the story. Sometimes it's as easy as that.
I love Germans, because here's the thing: you get Americans and British people in here, and we'll talk forever about one single point. You ask a German a question, and they're like, "Yes, you are correct." Moving on to the next question. Very efficient. Why are Germans so efficient?
I don't know, but yeah, we also had some strategic thoughts behind that. So, as you might remember, the first stint were the first half an hour. So, the top 4 cars were stuck behind the Ferrari of the PCDC team, behind Vincent Erbrich. And from the practice session, we knew that he was the slower driver compared to the other PCDC driver. So we thought, well, if we will be stuck behind this car for the whole stint, then we're going to undercut them so that we can get out of this traffic, and which would allow us to go faster and kind of be a bit quick on our stint than in those few laps where we would be going in earlier than the other team. But as it turns out, this would never happen because they basically took themselves out. Actually, we were kind of lucky again. It's basically like a repeat of Bathurst. We just are doing our things, and race pace alone, we are probably not the fastest out there. But when it comes to avoiding traffic or coming through traffic, then I would say we are the quickest out there on the track right now.
Are you surprised at all, Fabian, about how it has gone for you? I mean, you're going for 2 in a row in the Chris Hay Endurance Champ, and you're going for 3 in a row, considering, your last 3 outings as a team, and all in endurance races, and they're all been very different. And I talked to your team pre-race, and you didn't figure that you had the best shot of all the RCI teams, but here we are late in this race, and you once again find yourself in the best position. So are you surprised by anything that's happened today?
Maybe a bit, but like after some of these races that I already had with Mika, it would be pathetic to say that we are not expecting to be kind of in the top 3 now, because that's where we kind of end up anyway. And yeah, I mean, we are a bit surprised that we are up ahead so much now, because the Porsches look very strong, especially our RCI team as well. Harry did a good job, and Stewie does a good job as well. But yeah, it seems like they get stuck behind traffic more often than we do. We kind of manage that maybe a little bit better. Maybe we have a bit more luck on that side. I don't know, but it's what we are better at, I would say.
Just a update from the 797 of Ted Edwards. He repaired the damage, stayed in the car. And an update from Cameron DeBastos says, Ted's sad, but we're fighting through it. So there you go. That is the spirit, as they will continue to lap around. And they will have to come to pit road 2 more times, unfortunately, because of the 65-minute stint limit is what they will have to overcome. But I suspect what they'll do is they'll come in at the normal time here and put a different driver in the car just so they can get to the end. But the damage repair was absolutely necessary. We're talking to Fabian Schmedberger, one half of the leading 799 team, about how their race has gone. And right before you came in here, me and Tom Roberts were discussing the importance of rhythm, pace, and of course staying out of trouble, and talk about you come in and talk about not being perhaps the fastest car overall on speed, but having consistency. And consistency, in my mind, is king. You obviously you have to have pace, but even more so, consistency wins you races, and nobody today has been more consistent than you. I would also like to ask, whenever Conway caught you, were you, obviously you two would have raced it out, but were you ever concerned that they were going to drive away? Did you expect them to catch you and drive away?
Yeah. So I think for the first 45 minutes or so of my stint, I managed the traffic very well. And then in the last 15 minutes, I don't know why, but maybe because it's very hot here in Germany right now, or maybe because it's so intense to race here right now. But it is definitely where have I been? Sorry, they just announced a code 50 phase, which is why I'm hearing someone on my headphones right now. So, but that voice is gone now, and I'm not turning crazy anymore. All right.
Code 50 was out for the 303 that was stranded, and the race was neutralized with a code 50, and we are back racing again, as you were saying, Bob.
Yeah, so the last 50 minutes of my stint were a bit rough because I got stuck behind traffic a bit more. Maybe I was a bit too risky, which then led me to go off the track sometimes, and ultimately that would lose me some more time, and then I would risk a bit more and lose a bit more time again. And then I got into the spiral because I saw Harry coming closer to me. So I went a bit mad inside my head, which you should never do, but it's easy. That happens easily because, yeah, you see the gap between the car behind you and you just getting close or getting smaller and smaller, but you can't do anything about it anymore because you're caught in the spiral. So yeah, I had Mikkel on my ear telling me to calm down. It's everything good. He still has to get ahead of us. That was something that definitely calmed me down a bit. And we also knew that Stewie is going to be the slower driver out of these two. And as Harry has already done 2 stints, it had to be Stewie for the next stint. So that gave us a bit of a safety net, because we knew that Mikkel, if everything's going right, and it is right now, then we would know that there would be a bit of a bigger gap when Mikkel is going out for a stint again.
Well, you've done such a good job. You talked about working traffic. Do you approach any of the RCI cars different than you would perhaps just a car out in the field? Do you try to give them extra room, or is it the same sort of experience?
Well, I think I'm to the RCI cars. I'm a bit more an asshole than to other cars, because I expect them that they are not doing anything stupid. So I kind of know that I can risk a bit more. So yeah, I'm probably a bit more risky around RCI cars, but usually I don't have to because they react kind of well.
I mean, you're nothing if not honest, Schmidberger. I had to say, one other thing I wonder about you in particular. You're a head steward here at RCI, and I gotta ask, whenever you're out there driving, do you sort of judge incidents in your mind that happen, like what you figure that they should get for a penalty and stuff like that?
Yeah, sometimes. If it's an incident I caught I caught while I'm watching, then yeah, sure. But usually I don't get hung up too much on that because obviously they, like CHSR is going, or CHSR stewards are giving out different penalties than we do. That's just natural. So I don't think about that too much.
I got you. I'm interested to hear about that. You're more aggressive with the RCI cars. I think if you think about it, it sounds weird, but I think that's actually the more likely of the scenarios. I guess you sort of expect your friends to sort of give you more room than some of the other teams that maybe you don't know, and I reckon that isn't always the case. Have you made contact, either you or Mikhail? Have you made contact with any other car out there today?
Mikhail didn't, or if it was, maybe just some slight tap in the back of someone's car, but nothing major. But I made some contact, yeah. I think at the start of my stint, when I tried to lap someone, I made some contact.
Oh, Ted, save it! Oh, he saves it, but what a difficult save that was, but didn't spin it around and just absolutely stops in the middle of turn 2. But hey, whatever it takes to get the job done. So we're talking with Mr. Tom Roberts, and of course, as there's going to be a little bit of an issue here. Hold on. Oh my goodness. I thought for sure Ted was going to shove it in there, and for a second it almost looked like that was going to happen as they get around the GT4 car. Of course, we're talking with Tom Roberts and Fabian Schmedberger, and we're talking we talked earlier, Fabs, about how long it's been. We've known each other for about a year and a half now. It's been absolutely ridiculous. Time absolutely flies. I'm gonna be a little honest with you. I'm surprised you put up with me for this long.
Well, it's not hard. You're a nice guy. It's nice talking with you always. So I'm not that surprised about that, to be honest.
Yeah, there's some people around here that think otherwise.
Do they? Oh, maybe I have to beat them with a stick then.
There's some people who. Okay, TeamSpeak just scared me there. Cam gave me some information here. Apparently, there's 2 viewers from Italy watching. So hello from Italy, or hello to Italy, from Laguna Seca, and Cam's sister. So Sister DeBastos is watching her very first sim race. I can promise you this is not indicative of what it usually is like, Miss DeBastos. If you would like to tune into, I don't know, maybe a Monday championship or a Friday champ or something like that, that's more like it. We're sort of just hanging out here with some of the group. But I was absolutely convinced, all jokes aside, I was absolutely convinced at one point that Ryan Gill hated me.
I think he did hate me at one point.
I wait for pulling out of commentary, or for team joining a team. Was that,
for that,
which one?
For the team drama that we had, that I wasn't actually aware of.
Yes, I could never tell if Ryan was serious about that or not. But
I mean, neither,
of course, Ryan Gill.
But he didn't answer me in the DMs for like 2 weeks or so.
I had the same thing. I thought Random Call Sign was mad at me for a couple of weeks. I DM'd him something relating to some race drama that occurred a few weeks ago, and he never DM'd me back. And you think he would, considering I'm one of his mods, but he didn't. But I also realized that sometimes he doesn't do that. I'm bad at that myself, and I assume Ryan Gill was kidding, is my point. But he seemed a little hurt that you weren't on his team anymore. But of course, Ryan Gill taking this week off, enjoying a little mini vacation, a little break as he calls it. So again, Ryan, I know you're not watching, but if you do watch this in the future, I hope that you're vacation has been very, very relaxing indeed. As now Ethan J getting into the 797, the third team member for Motorsport Green. And that will likely take them to the checkered flag here today. Tom Roberts, we talked about sim racing. We talked about what it takes to get it done on the racetrack. And we talked about you being the mailman. We never actually explained how you got that nickname. We explained where it happened. It happened at Imola. And the reason people started saying that was every time, I believe Nick Setnick was on the cameras that day as well. Every time Nick cut to you, you were absolutely sending it around the outside of somebody into turn 2 and making it stick. And you did this for 5 or 6 consecutive laps as you were climbing through the field. So I feel like the name is very warranted there. And since then, we saw the mailman do that at Silverstone, a race that I was covering. You were absolutely sending it around there as well.
Silverstone? I haven't raced at Silverstone for quite some time.
Yeah, this was several months ago, that race. But that was the last one that comes to mind when I started mentioning sending it. At least I think it was Silverstone. It may have been somewhere else.
Is it? No, the only race that I've been in where you've been commentating are the RRC races.
Rest in peace.
Sorry?
Yes.
Rest in peace.
Rest in
Yeah,
peace.
that one,
Yes.
And these 2 rounds here. So yeah, I don't remember.
What am I thinking of? I don't know what I'm thinking of then. I might be, and I might have been calling somebody else the mailman for all I know, and that's a bit unfortunate.
It's not a unique title. It's a communal one.
Well, it is for you. You're Tom the Mailman.
I see the black and white cat now, don't I?
So somebody in chat earlier said something, and I don't know if this was a compliment or not. They said that you sound like a mailman. What do you think that means?
I don't know. Probably I don't
What
spend
does a
enough time talking
mailman
to other
sound
people.
like?
I just take it all out on here.
Oh dear. Well, Fabian, we don't have a fancy name for you, but I mean I still occasionally call you Farby Girl, which literally is a reference nobody gets.
I get it.
Still my favorite thing. Still my notification tone for my important notifications on my phone to this day.
Really?
Absolutely.
Nice.
I can't think. I have attempted to replace it, but nothing else is as perfect as Farby Girl, and I just can't do it. It's just too perfect. You nailed it. Let's just say that Mr. Schmedberger here has a unique sense of humor, and I don't know how it started, but it was in Ryan Gill's stream chat once, and you sent me a audio clip of you singing the Barbie Girl song, but with your name in place of it. And I asked permission, of course, to use that as my ringtone. You granted such, and ever since then, it's just... I gotta tell you, when it goes off in like a professional setting, it is a bit strange because it does take some explaining, but it hasn't kept me from having it, I tell you that.
I can tell you how it started. It has something to do with a certain Victoria.
Oh, yes.
I think it was in one of Ryan's streams, and she jokingly called me Farby Girl once because I love the color pink, and I like the song I'm a Barbie Girl, so 1 + 1 is 2, so that's why I'm called Farby Girl. Sometimes.
On
Yeah,
occasion.
there's also a photo floating around of your head pasted over a cheerleader,
Yeah.
but we don't talk about that too much anymore.
Well, that was my doing.
It was all you're doing. What are you talking about? You did it all. But look, if anybody's gonna wear a skirt around here, it's gonna be Nate, I think, from now on.
Anyway, I think I have to get back to my teammate soon.
Well, Mr. Schmedberger, it was great. Thanks for coming in and talking to us. Give our best to Mikhail and good luck for the end of the race. It looks like you guys have it in hand. Just heed my warning here. Don't ruin it now.
I'll try. Thank you very much. See you later.
Ladies, have a good one, ladies and gentlemen. Fabian Schmedberger, one half of the 799 team, leading this race, going for 3 in a row and trying to go 2 in a row for this championship. And as we were talking there, Mike Jones brought the 714 into the pit lane, and Bart Macha strapped into the end of the race for the Motorsports Purple team. 13th place right now, and only about 11 seconds off of 12. And I think that they're in 7th place in their category, looking for 6th place. It would be a tall order to get inside the top 5, but it's been a fantastic day for the 714 here so far. Tom, you're having fun in chat. I don't know what you're doing, but you're having fun.
Yeah, you gotta take your enjoyment where you can, don't you?
It's part of endurance racing, isn't it?
Exactly.
Part of it is, I always said, endurance motorsport is just a reason to barbecue and hang out with mates. And that's really what it is. There's a race going on that you're invested in at some stage, but beyond that, it is an excuse to sort of have a little party, and we're doing that in the booth today. And I know Nick Setnick's still alive because he is changing the cameras. Let's check in with Nick Setnick.
Yeah, I've just been here. I was actually getting my breakfast.
Right now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's 9:30 in the morning for me.
I cut to you at the wrong time, Nick.
Oh no. This is totally fine. I already ate it. But a little side note on it was apparently my delivery driver, because I got it delivered. My delivery driver got a speeding ticket on their way over to my house. and they had to tell me, obviously, because they were like, "Oh, I'm sorry, this is like 30 minutes late and your food's kind of cold because I got a speeding ticket." And I felt so bad because I'm like, dude, like, I'm like the last person you need to care about. Like, I don't care when the food gets here. Like, you know, it's.
Nick, you are such a sweetheart. That is true. You are the sweetest person.
You know what? There's enough angry people in the world, honestly.
Yeah, I understand. I agree.
But yeah.
So what? Again, ignore my colonial. Sorry, not my colonial. My continental ignorance. But what can you possibly order for breakfast at 5:30 in the morning?
Well, I ordered. Let's see. Well, I ordered 2 things because I ordered my lunch too. So it's a burger with jalapenos and a fried egg on top.
Please, that's not breakfast. I'm sorry.
No. That's the lunch. That's the lunch.
Oh, okay.
For breakfast, it was a breakfast burrito. Basically just scrambled eggs, potatoes.
Oh dear.
I really need to get out to the States and experience this. This is a whole new culinary world for me.
That people say, like, tell me you're from California without telling me you're from California. That order right there.
Yeah.
Breakfast burrito and a burger with an egg. Like, yeah, you're that's sounds delicious, however. But anyway, you were saying, Nick, speeding ticket.
Yeah, I mean, I felt so bad because it's like, well, thanks for the food. Have a great day. Sorry that you just lost your day's pay to a speeding ticket. Make it home and do it again tomorrow.
I thought that story was gonna end with, and I paid his speeding ticket. I thought we were setting up for an Oprah moment there.
Okay, I'm not that insane.
How much is an average, like, let's say 5-10 over speeding ticket in California? I haven't got caught for speeding in California since I was a teenager, so.
Oh jeez.
what's the average fine?
I have never gotten a speeding ticket.
It's I can answer that question.
Go ahead, Mike Leadfoot Jones.
it can be anywhere between, depending on where it's at, it can be anywhere between 150 to 250. Usually, in my
Dollars?
experience.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
US dollar. Yeah,
Oh my
that's about right.
days.
Thank
I thought it
you,
was steep
man.
in the UK. For
Thank
5
you.
to
So-
10 mile an hour over.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let me throw one in. I'm on the East Coast, okay? On the East Coast, in the county, a speeding ticket's about 75 US dollars. In the city, it's about 250.
Yeah. The ticket that I should have gotten the one time that was the most expensive that I should have gotten a much more expensive ticket for was 273.
I think you're going
I
to
think I
have to
told you
now
that
explain
story.
what you were. Yes, but explain to the viewers at home as Benjamin Heilman into the pit lane here in the 796. Is that a scheduled stop for the
Could be.
796?
Yeah.
Could
I
be.
think
Yeah,
so.
I think that-
It's within the. Yeah, it makes sense in terms of driver stint times.
Yes, because they haven't had their race obstructed in any way. So yeah, they would be doing a final pit stop now if they ran their. So a lot of the teams ran their last stint backwards. They were racing. They're running the race backwards. Is what I'm trying to say. They did not do that. Benjamin Heilman ran it right up to the end of the stint timer, 65 minutes. And they have been doing that all race long. So they did not deviate here. They did not cut the third stint short. And Heilman stays in the car as we expected for the finale. But we have Mike Jones, who has joined us fresh out of the 13th place car. Bart
12th
Macha
there
in
pretty
relief of him. And Mr. Mike Jones is explaining to us how he got a speeding fine.
One of them. So I used to own a Challenger RT. Like that's the the 8-cylinder version of the Challenger. And I used to work nights. Well, nights, swing shift. And I'd get home around 1 or so. Generally, the grocery store down the street from my house would close at midnight. So if I would get off early enough, I needed to stop at the store or grab something. Stop at the store and grab something, and I would get on the freeway, and I was the next exit down. Is my house. The next exit down from that is the gas station. So on this particular evening, I stopped at the store, and then needed to grab gas. So I got on the freeway and punched it on the on-ramp, and I accelerated pretty much about 1.5 miles down. I was doing a $178 by the time I slowed down and pulled off the freeway. Which is about where my car redlined, to be fair. And what I didn't notice coming on the freeway behind me was a cop. I pull up to the gas station, had fully gotten out of my car, got my wallet out of my pocket, inserted the card into the gas pump, before I hear the, "Sir?" And 2 officers walk up to me and said, "You've been doing 100 miles an hour since the county line," and I'm like, "Uh-huh."
Correct.
You could have talked to them and said, that's how I get my best fuel mileage.
Yeah, well, honestly, that car was... I never understood how fuel mileage worked in that car, because it didn't seem to matter how fast I drove it. I got 20 miles a gallon.
Dodge, how does it work?
I don't know. But yeah,
Hold on, Mike. Your response to you were doing 100 was yes?
It was... I kind of went, uh-huh. Didn't realize I was going quite that fast.
Oh, I see.
And he said, "You've been doing 100 miles an hour since county line." I'm like, I will currently take your word for it, sir. No, knowing full well I was doing well above that. Knowing full well that the freeway was empty, because I passed a diesel, which is normal, to be fair. There's plenty of diesels going down the freeways all the time. That was it. That was all the traffic that was there. So the guy, he takes my license, registration, everything, and comes back and hands me a ticket for doing 75 plus, which is 10 over. And he says, If you fight this, I will see you in court. Yes, sir. Have a fantastic night.
Oh dear, I love it. For those of you that are not familiar with the American judicial system, you have a choice with most speeding fines in the country. You can go to the magistrate or county office, depending on where the fine occurred, and pay the fine that is printed on the ticket, or you can take it to a municipal court, fight the fine, and in which case the officer who wrote the ticket is obligated to be there lest the fine is thrown out. And by telling Mike Jones, I will be here for that, that cop went back to, because I have several cop friends, that cop went back to his car, wrote it in his calendar when the court date on the ticket would have been, and reminded himself of what you did. You upset that officer, and he was not going to let that go. My favorite speech. That's one of my favorite ones.
I don't think he was that upset, because like he knew that I was doing it safely and
not mad. He was offended.
Yeah.
He was offended that you would do that in front of him. Is what happened. It's like, come on.
It was more of a situation of like, I have to write you a ticket, even though you weren't necessarily being directly dangerous.
My favorite thing, a cop friend of mine said, I always assumed when I was younger, cops love to write tickets. And true enough, there are some that are like that. But my friend, who has been a state trooper for the past decade at this point, he always said, no, I hate it. I hate when people speed. I hate when people don't slow down because you force me to do paperwork. And that is the one thing I hate above all else. And I can't not do my job. I can give you a moment to try and slow down, but if you don't see me, if you don't slow down, if you continue driving, you force me to do paperwork, and that makes me want to give you a bigger fine. So if you've ever had a police officer behind you and you're going a little fast and you slow down and they don't stop you, assume it's because they really didn't want to do the paperwork anyway. My favorite speeding fine I ever got was I was going triple digits in a 45. And the cop said, yeah, I clocked you at 102 or something. And I was thinking in my head, oh, that's it. Good. And then I realized even still that could be a very, very stiff fine and a charge.
Or perhaps jail time at that point. Or
yeah,
a night in there anyway.
In my state, felony speeding is a fine. I know that's not the same everywhere else. Felony speeding is a thing. If that's more than, I think it's 35 over the speed limit, that's called felony speeding here. And if you get caught for that, the cop can arrest you for that, put a felony on your record, and impound your car. They often don't do that because of aforementioned paperwork. They'd rather write you a fine, have you pay the state or the county a lot of money, and keep it moving. And that's sort of what happened in my case. So I was happy about that. And also, I pled the fifth, which is the best thing you could do in that case. I did that after saying, no, it's okay. I stayed in my lane. I didn't do anything. I tried to fight him on it. Probably not my best moment.
Would you like to tell the story about your drifting moments?
Oh, it's the same one.
Oh, it's that one. Okay.
It's the same one. Yeah, I may have also been drifting in my lane at 2 a.m., which was all related to the same thing. Listen, don't. RCI TV would like you to know. Take it to the racetrack. Do not drive unsafe or reckless on the road. Do not speed. Wear your seat belt and make sure that you are stopping at all red lights and pedestrian crossings. Don't drive like a dum-dum. Do not be Mike Jones and Jesse Lee. Be a good driver.
This is why I have a boring car now.
Though I will say, yeah, that is true. That you literally told me before, the reason you have a boring car is because you know what you would do if you didn't.
Yep.
And that might be the most adult thing I've ever heard from any person ever. But I will say I've never
Aston here, so I'm going to dip out. Good luck.
He is indeed. Good job, Mike Jones, in your stints, and good luck to the end of the race.
Yeah, be back.
I will say, all that said, I've never caused an incident ever in my life, and that's strange because I have had my license suspended, but it wasn't for anything too outlandish. It was just Well, sometimes when you're a teenager, you think that you're Aorton Senna, don't you? And you're not. And again, take it to the track. Nick Setnick, you talked about having breakfast. If you had to give it a rating 0 to 10, where would you place it on that scale?
I mean, it was a little cold, so I'm...
Well, that's the cop's fault, to be fair.
Right. How dare the cop? But I mean, like the food was great. Came with a little 2-ounce cup of salsa. Pretty dang good. You were mentioning earlier about what's like the most California thing that you can do with food. Like the only thing I didn't do is I didn't put avocado on it, because it's $2 extra to add a couple slices of avocado. I just never think it's worth it unless you're getting something that's specifically avocado. But hey,
We're
hashtag California.
We've got to the food portion of today's, but 0 out of 10, and you can do decimal numbers as well. That breakfast,
solid 7.1.
7.1. So it was better than a 7, but not good enough for a 7.5. 7.1. If it would have been not impeded by the local police, do you think it would have been higher?
No.
Okay. Well, Nick Setnick's breakfast review, the breakfast burrito delivered at 9:30 in the morning on the West Coast, is getting a 7.1. And I've just noticed that we have Ted Edwards with us.
Hello.
Ted, quite adventurous day for you, starting near the back, going up through the field, and it just looked like the handling got away from you in that car late in that run. Tell us about it.
Yeah, it was going really well. I love the car. The setup's really good as well. But so the first stint, it went Cameron, then me, and I was meant to switch over to Ethan, but I didn't by accident. So I had to do another stint, which I was fine with. And then I think I was in a battle between 19th and 17th for a very long time, and I think I just either warmed the rears up a bit too much so they were a bit slidey, or I just really burnt them out, and then I just dropped a wheel while going a bit wide and hit the sand and found the wall.
Ted Edwards from the 797 Motorsports Green Team, currently piloted by Ethan. Talked to him about the double stint that now I'm learning from you, Ted, that shouldn't have been a double stint. Cam was in here. Cam reported to us that you were sad following the crash out of turn 3. I don't think one incident like that erases how mega your stints were to that point. And while that was a bit unfortunate, it's absolute massive pace in a Lamborghini that I wouldn't assume would have a lot of pace around here.
Yeah, I've only driven it a few times in practice, so this is the first time actually driving it in traffic and trying to go as fast as I can. So, but it's really, really well. This car is shocked me really.
A couple of things from chat here. Seb Brunier, everybody making fun of Mike Jones for speeding and getting stopped, making fun of his stop and go penalty from a night ago in Night Owl. Very funny, guys. Also, Seb Brunier mentioned one thing that I completely left out: take the racing to the sim. Absolutely correct, Seb. That is how I get my my fun in these days. No more driving silly like that. But also another thing coming into the chat, Philip Roberts mentions that they're having cauliflower and apple soup. Is that even a thing? Is that a joke? Is that a thing?
Cauliflower.
How does one? Philip Roberts said, "I have made some cauliflower and apple soup."
So do you like boil the apples to make like a syrup?
Philip, we're gonna need.
Is it
we're
like
gonna need some confirmation?
Is this cauliflower oatmeal? Is that what y'all are eating over there?
I don't know why, but you've upset Nick, and he is offended cauliflower and apple soup. Philip, if you can hear us, please do try to explain that. Katrina Scott says, Ted, that you were a sad boy after that. A bit deflated, I assume, but again, I think though that there was pace and speed. Cam mentioned to us that the setup was on a razor's edge. Did you feel that through your 2 stints?
No, not really. Not for me, anyway. It felt really planted. But yeah, I think the only reason why I lost it was just fighting so much, and I just lost it.
Well, he mentioned that the setup was supposed to be a qualifying setup, but obviously suited for runs, and for that reason, it was a bit of a handful some of the time. But it looked like you were flying there. I mean, you got up to 16th place, and have you noticed any unruly cars out there today?
Some.
Yeah, that's a diplomatic answer. Just some.
Yeah, just some. There's a good few people out there that do, either move out of the way or just nice, and then there's some that either don't want to move or just defend when they don't need to. But apart from that, no, it's been a really good race today.
Are you a particular fan of Laguna Seca, or are you in the... it seems to be a 50-50 split between people that really like this track and don't. I'm wondering what side you're on.
Last night I hated it, and today I like it, so...
Did it upset you at all that Mike Jones' only sole purpose in the race was to beat you last night?
Yeah, it annoyed me a lot, yeah.
You could have do you ever consider just taking him out? I mean, you could have done that.
I could have done, but I couldn't get close.
Well, you could have... No, but you could have stopped, waited for him to come around,
yeah, I could have
and then yeeted him out of the track. We would have allowed that, probably, based on it being, the end of the season. I'm joking, of course.
I just heard that.
Yeah, but Mike Jones' sole purpose in life last night, by the way, for those of you that weren't with us, was to keep Ted Edwards behind him.
Yeah.
For a championship points reasons.
And I beat him in the personal and the team champ.
Yeah, and that frustrated Ted a little bit, though, Mike.
It's not my fault he picked the wrong car.
You wait till next season.
Oh, season 5 of Night Owl, Ted Edwards confirmed.
We're in the Honda, so like...
I'm in the Lambo.
Definitely going a little bit more memey this time around. We'll find out.
Katrina Scott.
It just depends on if Ted can hold himself around Bathurst or not.
Oh.
Katrina Scott just had a funny one in chat. Says, to be fair, if Mike Jones beat me, I'd be annoyed too.
It's like an insult.
Yeah, it's like one, except that... Oh, dear. I love it. We talked about earlier how we had 5 teams. We're down to 4 in this race. And despite that, there are no such thing as team orders here. Every team is independent of each other. And they have their own game plans, and they strategize. There's no RCI team meeting before this thing. How do you find it racing some of the other RCI teams? We heard earlier from Schmedberger that he said that he raced them quite a bit harder than some of the other teams they're not familiar with. What about you?
I don't think we have raced any of them. That's the thing. Like we haven't directly raced against either Cam and Tom's team that Ted is now racing on, or Seven Tom Roberts at Bathurst, or this race.
Oh wow!
So it's hard to say. Like other than like the first couple laps, obviously at Bathurst, where me and Cam were next to each other. That was it. So I think that it's just Fabian and Stewie and Harry and them.
I see. Well, Fabian Schmidberger was in here earlier and said that, yeah, I dive bomb them. I race them harder, and I expect them to help me out. And when they don't, I just go for it. That's an interesting. I didn't expect to hear that from Schmidberger, but apparently that is the race strategy for the 799. Philip Roberts says, I didn't know Ted was going to be in Night Owl Season 5. And Cameron DeBasto says, Mike, you should remember that Cam is going to be sending Ted setups for next season.
I have no comment on it.
I have no comment on air. That's oh boy, that's going to be spicy after the fact. This rivalry going into Night Owl Season 5 coming at you shortly. Season 5, all night races in Season 5. And you may think, well, of course, Night Owl is going to be in night races, but that's not the original premise of Night Owl. Night Owl was meant to be, and still is, a series for more westerly races, so they can have races in prime time like the European crowd enjoy. But what has happened is that has not deterred the European crowd from showing up at Night Owl, and why not bring them all along and have some late night fun in Europe and some sort of evening races in the western part of the world. And it has spurred on some very friendly competition as Tom the Mailman Roberts has left us in chat. Good luck for the rest of the race. Well, actually, you're not in the race anymore, I've just realized. And have a good rest of your evening. Tom, thanks for hanging out with us and being a part of the broadcast today, and better luck next time in the 769. Of course, 30 minutes of the race left.
Bart's catching Steve.
Yeah, Bart is catching Steve. I'm Jesse Lee, by the way. Broadcaster Nick Setnick here with us in the booth with Mike Jones and, of course, Ted Edwards, who's also streaming this, by the way. And I'm very glad, Ted, that earlier I didn't say anything that I would normally have said when joining a chat. I am so thankful that I was minding my my manners this morning.
Have you never watched back his stream from Nino?
Yeah, it can be a lot worse.
Yeah, but let's just say there's some things that you can say on YouTube that are completely fine that you can't say on Twitch.
That's true.
That's fair.
And that's, of course, if you ever wondered why RCI TV has a predominant YouTube base, well, there you go.
Well, it's also because sim racing is on YouTube for some reason. Ted goes to Twitch, but
now see, I'm going to disagree with that. I think that car in the middle of the track,
yeah,
Bart
that's
Macha,
18 again.
Bart Macha with the drive off. Yeah, I mean, there have been some cars that have been moving chicanes today, I think it's fair to say, but I feel like the driving standards have been just a bit better. We talked earlier about perhaps the stern talking to in the drivers' meeting kind of woke some people up or made them pay a bit more attention. I don't think anybody, the big talking point, of course, was the code 50s that everybody has to adhere to, and making sure that they hit the limiter at the exact time they say. I feel like that's been almost perfect today in the couple times it's been utilized.
Yeah, I've never done one of them before. It was pretty different.
Yeah. For the rejoins, it needs to happen, obviously, because obviously, the CHSR team's allotting the custom liveries to us. But I think they've used it twice for incidents this race, which I have my own opinions on that I shared at Bathurst as well. That I shared with AJ, to be fair, like their admin. I have gotten the luck every single code 50 that I have lost out significantly for it. Obviously, we know Mikhail was the huge victor of the code 50 at Bathurst. Didn't need it in the end because of other stuff that happened, but he was obviously the big victor in it, and basically got awarded P1 because of it. But in the end, sometimes that happens with yellow flags or safety cars or whatever that happen in racing. So,
What color flag was that?
the yellow flag, Jesse.
It's not what
Yeah.
you said the first time. Fabian
Yeah.
Schmedberger back in the 799 will take the car to the finish line. We talked to him earlier. Mikhail Sundstrom done for the day, and it's looking like a resounding victory for RCI Motorsport Pink in the second round of the Chris Hayes Sim Racing
What did you tell him
Championship.
yesterday?
Well, I tell everybody the same thing I told them this morning as I was making my rounds around the garages before making my way to the booth. Boys, I don't care who, but somebody wins the race or you don't come home.
Well, you specifically said bring a trophy home. You didn't say win.
Well, I'm a big fan of bring me a trophy with a steering wheel, but with so many bullets that we have, 5 of them when we started out, I expect at this point, with the quality of driver that we have, somebody is going to be in a position to win a trophy. It's almost to the point where I demand it on behalf of the staff, the fans, and just in general. I can't imagine a scenario that would keep us from getting some sort of trophy. A win is going to be extra sweet for Motorsport Pink. They are going to have a commanding lead in this championship after 2 rounds. And it is going to be all on their shoulders, at least at this point. I just can't think, even when they've been put on the back foot, they've responded and ended up winning. So it's going to be hard to beat them.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, in the end, it's we know from just the couple real race club races that we did, at MLN Monza, that Mikhail was going to be hard to beat in these. I mean, the competition here isn't quite as fierce just because there's a lower amount of pro cars in the field than there is in our World Tour, as an example. And obviously all the pro drivers here are fantastic drivers and are putting on a fantastic race. But when you've got a field of 6-7 people to compete against instead of 30, he's got an even higher chance, and something Mikhail doesn't need in an endurance race is a higher chance to win, because he's generally always near the podium to begin with. And so he's done really well on all these staff races that we've done, and Fabian obviously being his partner for these is never a bad thing to look at either, because obviously Fabian might not be quite as quick as Mikhail is, but he is damn close, and he is just continued improving under Sundstrom's tutelage, I think, as well.
I gotta say, Fabian was very instrumental in getting me up to pace in ACC, at least to the point where I could be competitive. And ACC was just not a sim I was comfortable with. I came from one class of sim that all sort of handled the same way, and ACC is just a completely different animal. And as we've had many drivers come in here and say today, completely different animal and very difficult to wrap your head around. It takes a lot of practice. And I was just looking for some pointers, and completely on his own accord over a year ago now. I don't even think Fabian would remember this, but I showed him some laps that I had done, and he pointed out some things I could do better, and I swear to God, I picked up 4 seconds. And I was like,
I guarantee he'd remember. It's Fabian.
I was like, oh, I do have pace here. Cool. I can race ACC. I'll absolutely do this more. And I have done in some of the pub stuff. So I owe a lot to Fabian, because otherwise I might have set ACC down, because I just was not getting along with it. The way you have to drive these cars is so aggressive compared to what I'm used to. And I'm not an aggressive driver necessarily, unless I'm trying to get a position. But you just have to be on attack here. and the physics are so refined that you feel so much through the wheel, but it never gives you more information than you can process. It's a whole nother ballpark. Emma DeBastos' sister, Kimberly, is in chat. Kimberly, if you're still there, please tell us a embarrassing story about Cam in chat. That would be fantastic. And Cam can't do anything because he's not a mod in the chat, so he is forced to allow it to happen. So Kimberly, if you're there, tell us about your brother. Tell us an embarrassing story, would you? We'd love to hear that coming to the checkered flag of this race. And while we do that, I'd just like to remind everybody that we are starting new championships up soon. Monday, Friday, and of course, eventually Night Owl championships coming back at you, and also Thursday at one point or another. Join our Discord, stay in the know, and also sign up while you're there. Get involved. We have different splits for all sorts of skill mastery, and we would love to have you on the racetrack in an upcoming season. Discord in the description. And of course, a big thank you for all of you that just sort of hung out today and ended up poking fun at folks in chat. The chat back and forth has been absolutely fantastic. These 4 hours have flown by, and we hope that you've enjoyed the entertainment today, because certainly we have tried to be a bit entertaining. We've done everything from food reviews to philosophical representations of feelings, etc., and all of that. It's been pretty fun. And also Mike Jones was here, being Mike Jones. What more could you ask for? Big thank you to all of our partners that make this race and every race possible. Race Department, AK Informatica, Raceface, Speed Labs, SimRacing.gp, and of course Driver 61. And you can find their information in the chat as well. As we get near the checkered flag of the race, as Kimberly has responded at this point, she's going to think of a good one for us. We love Cam, by the way, Kimberly, in case you're wondering. We love Cam. He's definitely a character. I'm curious if he was like that growing up. Yeah, a lovely individual.
Absolutely.
Final 20 minutes.
She's
Sorry.
She's rearing up for a good one, I'm sure.
Final 20 minutes of the race. Nick Setnick, your thoughts on how it is all shaken out?
Well, I mean, as has been mentioned, I mean, Schmerberger and Sundstrom just having a great show. They got into first place after the first round of pits, and just kind of haven't looked back since. They've been just trucking along. Stewie, at some point was catching up. This is Benjamin Heilman in the 796. He was catching up to the back of it was Sundstrom at the time, and then I believe he lost it at the bottom of the corkscrew at least once. He was yellow flagged for just a moment. And hasn't been able to regain that time ever since, and I think Schmerberger just kind of got in the car and took off after that. So that's a pretty solid first and second place coming into the last 19 minutes of the race, and going to be what I believe is going to be another RCI podium.
Could potentially be a double podium. We were, I think, robbed of that based on penalties at the end of the race. Actually, a car being crashed, I believe. Harry Conway's car was crashed, I do believe, at the end of Bathurst by another driver, and that took them off the podium, or either that or it was a penalty. One way or another, we had a double podium, but lost it near the end of the race at Bathurst, but still won the race overall with Team Pink. But today it could be a 1-2, and a brilliant one at that.
Absolutely, and of course, cutting back to Cam, as he's been the one that we were talking about quite a bit. The 797 probably having the most movement out of all of the RCI teams that showed up today. Obviously, we lost Tom Roberts and Sebastian Brunier early in the race due to a technical issue. But as far as drama throughout the race, the 797 team have been rubber banding between about 15th down to 20th. And that's pretty much been their race. I mean, they climb up the positions and then something happens. Cam was commenting on it quite a bit. Bit of a action-packed race for them. Hoping for a solid finish for them coming into the last 17 minutes. The team of Bart Macha and Mike Jones in the 714 Lexus Team Purple also had a solid showing. Currently in 12th position, and it looks like it could maybe be possible to catch up to the 33, but running out of time for that overtake. But 12th position is what that seems at for sure. But yeah,
well, it's 5th
solid.
overall. That's solid.
Yeah, absolutely, in the silver class. So great showing from all the teams, and we'll be seeing what happens for the last 17 minutes.
We will. Philip Roberts in chat confirming that yes, at Bathurst, Harry Conway was on the podium, and he was punted by an angry man. And that's all we're going to say about that. It's dead and buried. But I was wondering if I remember that correctly. You will have to excuse me. Not only am I advanced in age, I also cover a lot of races, Nick. We do a lot of races here at RCI, and it's hard to think back a complete month. For us, it's only 30 days, but for us, that might be 60-plus races in some cases. So hard to keep all of those straight. And all the action going on here, because even when we're not broadcasting races, we're still paying attention to what's going on in different championships, and they all sort of blend together after a certain time period.
Yeah, I mean, strong reason why I'm usually behind the cameras is because, man, it's tough for me to hold all those numbers in my head. I know, like, that you like to do the maths during a lot of races. Pretty much every single one that I ever broadcast happens at least once, if not 2, 3, or 4 times, based on how hot you're feeling with that calculator. But it happens a lot, and a lot of drivers come through RCI. We have a huge community now. We've grown to a massive scale in the short time that we've been around. As that's Bart Macha grabbing a little bit of the curb. I'm going to grab some sand, and not for position. It's going to be the lap car pulling back out in front of him. And, we're going to be tucking in. Oh, getting really close. Coming to the last corner. A little bit of action for the 714 here on stream. But yeah, I mean, it's a lot of fun. I enjoy broadcasting. I enjoy our races. I think we have excellent drivers that show up every week. Every day of the week too, just because we have so many races going on, and the community is great, and the chat stays nice and lively.
It sure does. Update from Ryan Mawson, who was racing for Flying Husky Motorsports in the GT4 class, says we're bored and there's no cup holder in this thing. Is there really not a cup holder in the Porsche Cayman? Now that's a design flaw if I've ever seen one. Ultimate driving machine, my butt. If it doesn't have a cup holder, how are you ever going to fit your drink in there?
Well, I'm curious what they did with it, because they took the production car and tore it up. So there was an engineer somewhere that decided that they didn't deserve a cup holder in there. I don't know about that.
We're hearing from chat, general consensus that Cameron DeBastos loves to walk into things and is accident prone. I'd say that fits.
But we need a specific case to be falling off flat stairs.
I don't know. Not being particularly specific there, but I reckon reckon Cam likes to run into things with his head first, perhaps.
Possibly. Sliding glass doors. I don't know if they are super popular over there, but
Can I tell you something? When I was in college, we had a sliding glass door in our kitchen, and I took that thing off the tracks 3 or 4 times, just walking into it.
oh yeah, no, it's totally a thing.
I don't know what my problem is, but I definitely did that a bunch. Like it just, I guess we needed to buy off-brand window cleaner so it didn't, look as good. I guess.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that doesn't top my brother walking into a sliding glass door with a plate of food in front of him, and the food slammed into the glass. Oh man.
Oh, brother Setnik, that's pretty fantastic. Cam, did I hear you come in and laugh at me
Yes.
for walking into things? Cam,
Yes.
explain to me your accident proneness.
Oh my word. Okay, so the one that my sister was referring to specifically was, I was very young, and we went on a holiday to a campsite, and I can't remember everything completely, but what I know is that we normally made the joke saying, I was walking, and I know my mother said she told me, watch out for the pole, and I went back and was like, what pole? And I walked headfirst into a pole right in front of me.
Did it make a satisfying sound?
I don't know, I'm too young, but I think it just went like a thung, and that's that.
That's not how it works. If you can recall hitting the pole,
That's the thing I
You would
don't.
know
I'm
what it-
relying. I'm relying on
oh,
my.
I see. I see.
Yeah, and most of my stupidness, I'm blaming on my sister for dropping me on my head.
Hmm.
Did your sister drop you on your head?
Yes.
That's okay, Cam. My brothers threw me out of a second-story window when I was a baby.
Oh well.
Well, that
Okay.
explains
Well,
your
that's a-
personality.
I wasn't real. What in the world does that mean, Nick? No, I wasn't actually a baby. I was a toddler, and I got thrown out of a window. Like the window wasn't open, people. Okay, I need you to understand this. The window was not open. They were tossing me back and forth between the two of them. I have two brothers, and the window wasn't. The window was there, and I got chucked through a plate glass window and a screen. Like I went through an actual window hole, popped one of the panes out, broke the screen, and tumbled outside. Technically speaking, it was only 1.5 stories off the ground, but you get the point. I was fine, by the way, in case anyone's wondering. I was completely fine. I thought it was funny.
Oh my word! I thought my story was bad. Wait, I think I walked twice into a pole. Yes.
No, really?
Yes. This one I remember quite well. I was the one that my sister was saying around 7 or 8. That was the one I remember. There's also one where it was earlier, when it was I think it was 5 years old. The one that she's referring to here, the 7 or 8, was we just came out of a fast food, a restaurant, and they give these toys. And I remember trying to figure out what this little reptile plastic toy was. It turned out to be an alligator. And what that happened was the place outside had these small wooden picket fences on the ground, where it separates the pathway from the garden. So I was walking, inspecting this whole toy from top to bottom, and what happened was I didn't see where I was going. I tripped over the small fencing, and then I remember just hitting that pole, because there was a light pole in that garden, and that sound will be in my mind forever. It was just a satisfying dong, and just echoed forever and ever. And that's the only thing I remember. I was like, ooh, I'm gonna have a massive headache, and my sister just stood there laughing.
Well, your sister Kimberly in chat confirming that on all accounts the pole made a satisfying thunk whenever you ran into it, and that explains a lot about you as well, Cam. I think that pretty much sums it up. I was only thrown through a window once, but You would think after the first time of hitting a pole. The other embarrassing thing I did was I got caught in I think it was a volleyball or a badminton net once. I clotheslined myself with that, but in my defense, the net has holes in it, and I could see through it, and I really wasn't paying very much attention at all. Final 8 minutes of the race, just about 5 p.m. in sim time. Track very steamy at 30 degrees C. The drivers seem to be coping very well. 163 laps done and nearing the finish here today. It's been another successful outing for the RCI family teams, as Fabian Schmedberger will seemingly bring the 799 home once again with a win. And Benjamin Heilman, also known as Stewie, in the 796, looking to avenge Bathurst and get a 1-2 for RCI. For some other teams in the field, it will be a question of what might have been today. For the 29 that sat on pole and the 911 that led a lot of the opening stanza of this race, it will be a very disappointing finish, though still a podium or a top 5 finish for all of those teams. Got to give credit to the 29, though. They have overcome so much today to get back into that position. They were outside the top 5 for the majority of the race. A little bit further back, Bart Macha in the 714 pictured here is in 12th place, could potentially get this number 33 Aston in front for 11th overall, and that would be 4th in class. Extra points for the RCI Motorsport Purple team of Macha and Jones, who have had a pretty fantastic day considering the conversation that I had with Mike Jones yesterday seemed to have me believing that they did not expect any pace out of the Lexus. 4th would be absolutely mega. A little bit behind them, Ethan J in the 797 Lamborghini. Looks like they're going to bring it home in the top 20 after all, after spending a good portion of the first part of this race outside the top 20. They've rebounded and have been as high as 16th, 15th in this race, and have since then recovered from an incident, and they look pretty solid in the 19th place position as Bart Macha trying to go around the outside, can't quite get it done there, and has to settle back in line here. Waning moments of this race. When they come to the line, it'll be 5 minutes to go. Will be about 4 to go in the race. Local Yellow in Sector 1 for the 299. Crashed in between 2 and 3. Everybody filtering through. Bart Macha clearly on the back of the 33 now, trying to get the big suck to run down into turn 1, going around the outside. Clear intent to defend by the 33. Could the long way around work, as they will draw level in the middle of the hairpin, and it will be a successful defense for the 33, and it will be back to the drawing board for the 714.
There was indeed quite a big suck there. Had a great launch out of the final corner. You said it first. A excellent pass.
Oh, look at the defense!
He's gonna go huge on the outside and gonna tuck back in. And oh man, I think this is adding up to either this corner here, or it could be coming out of the corkscrew. There's gonna be a huge push there. 33 taking over like that. Staying a little unsteady, but steadying back out. What is Bart gonna do here? Ooh, big risk on the corkscrew. Maybe coming down the hill, launching into the final corner might be a good attack point.
For those of you that may be new to RCI broadcast, I make a lot of noises whenever I get excited about motorsport. It's my passion, man. I love this stuff. Final minutes of a 4-hour race, and it comes down to this. How good can it be? And down to the inside now. Bart Macha gets the run off the final corner. A stumble by the 33. Position advantage, Bart Macha, and they're going to clear him. Easy pass before getting down to turn 1, but you have to pay attention because you don't want to leave yourself susceptible to the repass. But it doesn't look like it's on. The pace advantage for the 714 is going to be just that little bit more for the 714, and it may have taken them an extra lap or so after several great defenses by the 33, but pass made either way.
Yeah, excellently executed, and that's going to be a pretty solid 11th position for the 714. Barmasha grabbing that position away from the 33. That has been a long time coming. At one point, I believe the 33 was up at least 15 seconds up the road at some once they were in 12th position, and that was within about an hour ago. So this is a huge undertaking and a great position gain.
Cam, your sister is being very supportive of you and your racing habit. I wouldn't tempt fate, mate.
Oh, nice. There's a whole story about... I'm gonna tell you this. It actually runs in the family of us running head first into things.
I don't know if I'd be telling people that.
Nah, I'm just gonna leave that there because my sister, yeah, she had a worse run into something than I did.
Well, I hope she's enjoying her time in Italy, and I always figured if I would live anywhere else, Italy would definitely be near the top of the list.
Yeah, Phil, you're saying I'm telling a story. Now I'm not telling the story, Phil. Yeah, she moved there with her boyfriend there. That she met when she was working on the cruise ships. So yeah, then she came home before the COVID thing, and then as soon as our borders opened up, she instantly moved over to live there. And so far she's happy. It just gives me more space. Well, not more space. It just gives me more use of the internet. You can say that. No problems between fighting for the connection or anything, which is for the best. Because I can just think this takes up a lot of internet. So yeah.
Well, as we come down to the natural conclusion of this race, I'm going to ask you, Kimberly, I got to say, from an outside perspective of sim racing, do you think that we're all crazy that we go to these lengths to broadcast races, to run races and all this? Do you think this is all a bit mental, or is this considered okay? I don't really talk to people much about it outside. And I don't know how it looks to the inside. I assume everyone just assumes we're massive nerds, and I'm sort of okay with that, to be honest. I've always been a nerd, so I will take that. Fabian Schmedberger bringing the leading 799 RCI Motorsports pink car to the line, and will there be another lap here? I think there is going to be, and indeed, one more lap. He ruined it too. We could have ended on 169, and he's going to ruin it. Fabian Schmedberger, somebody ban this man.
Bacon did. I think Ethan is screaming now into Ted's ear, like, why? Why are they doing this?
We're gonna end with 170 laps. Ethan's probably not happy. And Schmedberger, though, will come across the line for 170 completed. Come to the line with 2 seconds to go. But there you have it confirmed. You can actually see it on the little display there that displays the flags around the circuit. And it's saying final lap, letting all the drivers know that it is indeed the last lap of the race. And what an incredible race, Nick Setnick, it has been. And another fantastic win for the 799.
You know, I'm wondering if Schmedberger pushed for the extra lap, because I think he was kind of casually coming through, and then he just gunned it all of a sudden. So I think he was going for the extra lap.
I think, Mike just said, Jesse, you mentioned earlier no team orders. I think Mike pulled the team order card now. Because they are hoping for something.
We will investigate that later. Fabian Schmedberger comes across the line in the 799. It's going to be 3 in a row and 2 in a row in the Chris Hayes Sim Racing Championship for the 799 as they are unbeatable through 2 rounds of the Endurance Championship. Well done, boys.
Absolute great stuff. And great to see them back on the podium. This is going to be Benjamin Heilman, our own Stewie, coming through and landing the second place, taking the second place trophy home as well from Laguna Seca. Solid performance from everybody. Bart Mach across the line as well in the 714, sneaking his way into 11th place with that excellent overtake in the last couple of laps. And also across the line is Ethan for the 797. And that is 4 RCI cars across the line, finishing up Laguna Seca here. Excellent race from everybody. And I'm sure they're going to break down the door in just a second. I'm waiting for all the little lights to light.
Yep. And also, just to update on the Flying Husky team, the 101 did come home second in GT4 Pro. They stayed there the entire day, and it is a decent podium for them, despite the fact that they did not get along with that Cayman very well. We started with 5 teams and ended with 4, and 2 of them just happened to be at the top of the table. Here are the results confirmed. 47-second gap at the end of the day for the 799 over the 790. An absolute torrid pace by Sundstrom and Schmedberger. And of course, do not overlook the magnificent effort of the team racing for Rai, otherwise known as Ryan Gill. The Yeet It for Rai car, the 796, they finished second, Heilman and Conway. Those being the top 10 finishers. And, of course, Mike Jones, Bart Macha finishing 11th overall, but 4th in class. A brilliant result for them as well. And, of course, the 797 finishing in 19th place. And what a recovery drive it was for them. Kept the car together. And I got to say, what a thrilling race, though. Absolutely what we expect from the Chris Hay Sim Group. This is 2 in a row for them. Hats off to them. Chris Hay, not that you would watch this, but if you were, hats off to you. 2 very brilliant races to start the championship. And if I wasn't if I wasn't commentating these races, I'd still be watching. Fantastic stuff thus far.
Yeah, absolutely. Excellent race, excellent series so far. Can't wait for the next one.
I absolutely can't wait myself. And what I'm going to try and do, Nick, is if you would not mind stalling for one moment, I'm going to try and get our winners in here for a brief victory interview.
All right, sounds good. That's Jesse Lee running out of the box. He's going to go try to grab a couple people. We're going to have a little post-race conversation about it. Hopefully not too long. But we do like talking around here.
Well, I said that we were going to try and get the winning team, the 799, and here are your winners of the race. 2 in a row in the Chris A. Sim Racing Endurance Cup and 3 on the trot for the 799. Your winners, Fabian Schmedberger, Mikhail Sundstrom. Congratulations, boys.
Thank you very much. Now this one is 70% Mika this time.
Why do you say that?
Firstly, he has done most of the setup this time, and yeah, like he came up with an idea 2 days ago, which helped yesterday actually, I think, and that helped the car a lot. Yeah, and then like the first stint, he managed very, very calmly, very cool. And in the third stint, he brought me out in so far ahead of our competitors. Then I didn't have to do anything anymore. Just stay on the tarmac, and that's it for me. that's why I think that's 70% on Michael.
I'll just return the compliments to say that it's been a big improvement from Fabs this race, at least. Mega had very good confidence in traffic. I guess watching someone in Nürburgring 24 helped there.
That's true.
Mikhail, I've got to ask you, you start the race, you get out qualified by the Ferrari, and then fall back to third, and you're watching the two cars in front of you at this point, the 911 and the 29, fight each other for lap after lap, and you're there, and eventually, at one point, Harry Conway gets by you. Were you ever concerned about your pace or the potential race win slipping away?
Not necessarily. I think we kind of noticed at the start that we were sort of keeping up, but then at least I was sort of worried that the 29 was acting like a cork in this particular bottle, and that the Porsches would just run away with it once they cleared the Ferrari. But I don't know exactly what happened, but that sort of didn't happen. And when I think the 29 had a bit of a moment in turn 6 or 7 or whatever it is. And after that, we could still keep up with the 911. So at that point, we were just like, yeah, we just need to get the pit stops working correctly and not make any mistakes, and we should have a good shot. And we worked out.
Well, one final thing. It was another gaudy win. It was absolutely brilliant driving by the two of you. So consistent and so good out there on the track, lap after lap. 3 in a row, 2 for 2 in the Chris Hay Endurance Championship. Can you keep this going into round 3?
I hope so. I mean, we've just if we win one more round, and bear in mind we also have a drop round. So if we just win one more round, then it will look very, very good for us in the championship standings, I'd say.
Well, I'll ask you both this question. Spa's coming up next in a month from now. Is it possible?
Who knows?
We're going to give it our best shot, at least.
Yeah,
good old college try.
We'll have to find a third driver to help us out, but once we have settled that, I guess we at least fight for the win. I mean, we've seen so far that we might not be the fastest on pace alone, but we've just kept it clean so far, and that seems to be the most important thing in this championship.
Right, you are. Well, ladies and gentlemen, your champions of the Chris Hay 4 Hours Laguna Seca, Mikhail Sundstrom, Fabian Schmedberger for RCI Team Pink. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, this is where it ends for us today, but fret not, this is not where the RCI TV journey ends. And do you know who does know what races are coming up this week? Mike Jones.
Just as usual, I happen to know all the races that are coming up. Monday, tomorrow, will not be a race, but a pre-qualifying event for the Monday European Masters Championship. You got a couple more hours. You can come sign up for the pre-qualifying if you want. Jump on Discord, sign up for that. It will be European tracks, European cars only. And, of course, the Thursday GT4 Championship. You can join myself, Ryan Mawson, and Christian Stricker for round 2 of that. And then the Friday Championship coming in on round number 6. That has just been that's been a blast, Jesse, and I'm sad that I missed Zolder this past week, but I had other things to do that day, unfortunately. And then we have Suzuka qualifying for our finale of the World Tour on Saturday. We got the 10 Hours of Suzuka next week, like 13 days from now. And so 6 days from now will be the qualifying session, 30 minutes plus a Super Pole. And I'm super looking forward to wrapping up this championship. It's been a really great 6 months, and I'm really excited for Suzuka because it's one of my favorite tracks to both commentate and race on. So I think it's gonna be great.
Well, thank you for that, Mike Jones. Suzuka, the finale for the World Tour coming up in the coming weeks. the finale for the Endurance World Championship, and you don't want to miss that. Don't miss any of those races this week that Mike Jones let you in on. And you can like, subscribe, hit that bell, and you will not miss a single race. Nick Setnick, final thoughts.
Excellent race today, and of course, bringing home 2 podium finishes at the top. Congrats to Fabian and Sundstrom on winning in the Bentley, the 799. And good luck to you doing it again the 3rd time. And just remember that Jesse will lock the door on you if you don't. So no pressure.
Oh dear, I won't lock the door. I'll change the locks.
Ooh.
Anyway, all things considered, though, I am super proud of all the RCI teams sticking it out today. It was a crazy race with several different leaders, and nobody really knew at the halfway point exactly how that was going to shake out. It was brilliant stuff. Well, on behalf of everybody here, I've been Jesse Lee. Nick Setnick has been here on comms and the camera. To all of the drivers and teams, we say thank you for watching today's POV broadcast, and a special thank you to Chris Hay and Chris Hay's Sim Racing Group for allowing us to broadcast our streams of the race. And on top of that, thank you to all of our partners that make this race and every race happen. More information about those fine folks in the description. For us, we will see you next time here on RCI TV. Have a great rest of your weekend.
Laters.